Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, I want you to grab your favorite blanket, take a deep breath, and just let your shoulders drop for a second. All day your brain's been dodging emails, group chats, deadlines, and those little red notification dots that never seem to go away. And now we're going to do the exact opposite of that. We're going to slow everything down. Outside, it's noisy and fast and a little bit chaotic. Work, school, social media. Maybe the neighbors having one more late night music party in the apartment upstairs. But in here, it's just you. Some soft-spoken Reddit stories, and a quiet Minecraft world where nothing is urgent and nothing is chasing you. No boss, no creepers, no jump scares, just blocks and words and time. This video is a long, sleepy mix, right around 3 hours, of gentle narration and slow-paced Minecraft to help you drift off to sleep. I'll be reading cozy, low-drama Reddit stories, some wholesome, some a tiny bit spooky, in that campfire at midnight way, over gameplay that's all about resource gathering, simple building, and calm exploration. Think mining, farming, walking through forests at sunset, placing lanterns along a path, no combat, no sudden loud moments, no big dramatic twists, just predictable patterns your brain can relax into. You don't have to keep up with every detail. In fact, you're not supposed to. It's completely okay if your mind wanders in the middle of a sentence, or you wake up an hour from now with no idea how we went from chopping trees to decorating a little kitchen. The pacing is intentionally slow and a bit repetitive, like gentle background vibrations that lull you instead of demanding your attention. We're going to ease in with a calm intro, like this, then move into some cozy nostalgia stories, small personal wins, comforting memories, soft moments that feel like warm light through a window at night. After that, we'll wander into a few lightly spooky tales. Nothing intense, more like walking past a haunted house you know is fake, but still fun to look at. While in the world, I'm quietly mining, planting crops, and putting together a simple base. Every story tonight is chosen to be low drama. No screaming matches, no heavy trauma dumps, no high-stakes revenge plots that keep you wired. More, I reconnected with an old friend and it made my week. And less, my entire life exploded in one email. Just enough emotion to keep you listening, not enough to keep you awake. Our Minecraft world is starting at sunset, soft orange light over rolling hills, the sound of footsteps in the grass, water flowing gently nearby, animals in the distance, and that tiny click each time a block settles into place. Later on, I've got a wholesome story about a neighbor who secretly upgraded someone's garden, and we'll be building a cozy little garden-inspired corner in our base to match it, but we'll save that for when you're already halfway to dreaming. Set a sleep timer so you don't have to think about turning anything off. Let this just run in the background while you drift. So, as we load into our quiet little world and take our first slow steps, let's dive into our first story for tonight. Setting the scene, world spawn and first gentle story. And there we are. The world fades in slow, like your eyes adjusting in the middle of the night. The sky is a soft, washed-out blue, with those square little clouds just drifting by like they've got nowhere urgent to be. We've spawned in a quiet plains biome, right on the edge of a gentle forest. Tall grass sways in slow, lazy waves, and every now and then you'll hear a soft plop of a chicken or the distant splash of water. The Minecraft music is barely there, just a low, calm line under everything, like background breathing. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you haven't already, grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, and let the colors and sounds just blur a little at the edges. Nothing intense is going to happen here. No speed running, no wild nether trips, no surprise creeper explosions right next to your apartment bedroom wall. We're just gonna walk, collect a few things, and build tiny cozy pieces of a world while the stories roll. I punch the first tree, slowly. 1, 2, 3. Soft little thuds, and the block pops. As those logs drop into our inventory, let's dive into our first story for tonight. It's a simple one, about a guy who always thought his childhood kind of faded out of his parents' minds. Busy jobs, late dinners, that sort of quiet distance. You know the vibe. He grew up drawing constantly. Dragons, little comic strips, badly drawn revenge superheroes getting justice on playground bullies. And he always assumed his parents tossed them the second he left a room. Fast forward, he's in his 20s, coming home to help clean out the old house before they downsize from the big family place to a smaller, quieter spot. While I turn these logs into warm oak planks, click, 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 you can almost feel the rhythm settle in. Planks into a crafting table, placed gently in the grass. This is all going to stay predictable and soft, like a ritual. No rush, no pressure to follow every move. He's up in the attic, dust floating in the light like tiny pixels. It's warm, a little stuffy, and he's in that mood where you just want the job done. Then he finds a plain cardboard box with his name in faded marker on the side. Inside, every drawing, every crooked dragon, every lopsided superhero, even the ones he'd crumpled up and thrown away himself. As I craft a wooden pickaxe and a wooden axe, slowly, one recipe at a time, you can imagine him sitting there on the attic floor, papers spread around like a little paper party. His mom comes up, sees him holding this awful, adorable stick figure comic, and just laughs. She tells him they kept them because they were proud, because those silly sketches were how they watched him grow. If you lose the thread of the story here, that's completely fine. These stories are meant to be soft waves. You can let them wash over you while you half watch me break a few pieces of stone, or you can close your eyes and just listen to the gentle clicks and footsteps. Whenever your mind wanders off, you can always just drift back in mid-sentence. You're safe to zone out. By the time he leaves that attic, he's not thinking about all the years they were busy. He's thinking about that hidden box of proof that he mattered more than he realized. Kind of like this fresh world, quiet, new, and already holding more warmth than it shows at first glance. With our first tools made and that little story still lingering in the back of your mind, we'll start eyeing a small hill nearby, maybe a spot by the water, and think about where our first tiny shelter should go. In the next story, someone stumbles on an old childhood item that completely changes how they see their past, and we'll lay out the first foundations of home while we talk about it. So with our first tools made, and that little story still lingering in the back of your mind, let's take a slow walk and see where our first home should be. First shelter and cozy nostalgia story. So we'll just stroll up this little hill together. Nothing rushed, just the soft crunch of blocks under our feet and that calm Minecraft music humming in the background. From up here, you can see the valley open up in front of us, like the world is taking a slow, deep breath. There's a gentle river winding through the middle, a tiny lake catching the last of the light, and a few scattered trees that look like they're politely giving us space. This is where I always think, okay, welcome back to the channel. This is our quiet little corner of the universe tonight. We'll stand here for a second, look down at the water, and just feel out where home should be. Nothing dramatic, no monsters chasing us. Just you and me deciding which spot feels safe and open and familiar. While we wander down toward that riverbank, I want to tell you a Reddit story that has that same cozy, familiar feeling. It's about someone who goes back to their grandparents' house after years away. The grandparents have passed, the apartment is empty, and they're there to help clean it out. At first it feels a bit heavy, like walking into a place where the air itself remembers conversations and late night music and quiet Sunday mornings. We'll gently clear a small patch of grass right here near the water and start laying out a simple 7x7 square of wooden planks. Nothing fancy, just a soft outline of where our first walls will go. As the storyteller walks down the old hallway of that house, we're walking around this little square, counting blocks, making sure we leave room for a door and a window or two. In the story, they open the door to their childhood room, and the smell hits them first. That oddly specific mix of old paper, laundry detergent, and a little bit of dust. On the shelf is their old game console, still there, still slightly yellowed, still plugged into a TV that hasn't been turned on in years. As they step into the room, we'll start placing our walls, gently stacking planks so they come up just high enough to feel protected. We'll tuck a door right here, facing the river, so in the morning we can step out and see the light on the water. We'll leave a little window on this side so the sunrise can peek in and say hello. As they sit on the edge of the childhood bed, running their fingers over the worn controller, we'll craft our own bed and place it carefully in the corner. Nothing complicated, just a soft, safe place to lie down when the night comes. They plug in the console, half expecting it to fail, but the screen flickers on with that old startup sound. It's not quite the same. The colors are a bit washed out. The vibrations in the controller are weaker, but that's okay. It still feels like home. And that's the thing they realize. It doesn't have to be perfect or identical to the past to be comforting. Just like this starter base doesn't need fancy roofs or lanterns yet. It just needs to be ours. If you want, you can let your mind wander to a place like that from your own life. A grandparent's house, a favorite vacation spot, even just a corner of your childhood bedroom. And if your brain is too tired for that tonight, that's totally fine. You could just listen to the soft placing of blocks and let it help you drift off to sleep while I do the remembering for both of us. We'll close the door, look around this tiny room, and know that no matter how far we roam in this world, this is where we'll come back to. A little safe loop, like this video can become for you on restless nights. In the next part, once the first night passes and we're all tucked in and rested, we'll head out to gather more resources. And I'll tell you a story about a small personal win that seemed insignificant at the time, but ended up completely changing someone's confidence. It's one of those moments where karma really does come full circle, in the gentlest way. First night, soft darkness, and small personal win. And speaking of that first night, you can already see it starting to slide in. The Minecraft sun is doing that slow, dramatic sync it loves to do, turning the sky from soft blue to this washed out gold, then a kind of sleepy pink. Shadows from the trees stretch across the grass like they're yawning, and even the tiny blocky animals seem to quiet down a bit, like the whole world is taking a long exhale. The music fades into the background. The little footsteps and block sounds get softer, and there's that quiet awareness that, yeah, night is coming. But don't worry, this is a no-stress world. No combat, no jump scares, no surprise party of skeletons outside the door. For this first night, we're keeping it very predictable and very cozy. I'm just gonna head into this little starter shelter, 4 walls, a door that actually closes, and a couple of torches giving off that warm, flickering light. We're either going to stay in here or just sleep straight through the night. Nothing dramatic is going to happen. Think of it like a tiny, blocky apartment where the only rule is you're safe, and you don't have to do anything. While the sky slides from purple to deep navy outside, let's dive into that small personal win I promised. This story comes from a Redditor who had been failing the same certification exam twice. They weren't dealing with a cartoon villain boss or some wild revenge plot, just that quiet, nagging feeling of, maybe I'm not smart enough for this. You know that feeling that likes to show up right before bed? On their 3rd attempt, they changed one thing. Instead of cramming until 2 a.m., they treated themselves the way they'd treat a friend. Reasonable study sessions, actual meals, walks, and, this is my favorite part, scheduled, guilt-free breaks, where they'd play cozy games and listen to long, sleepy videos to help them drift off to sleep. As I craft this bed, planks, wool, simple and familiar, I'm placing it against the wall like a quiet little reward. In Minecraft, you earn a bed by gathering materials, but in here, in this space, you don't actually have to earn your rest. You don't need to pass a test, finish a project, or be productive today to deserve sleep. Rest isn't a prize, it's just something you're allowed to have. Our Redditor walked into that 3rd exam expecting another failure. Instead, they passed by a comfortable margin. No fireworks, no dramatic music, just a short email that said, "Congratulations, you've achieved a passing score." That was it. But they described it like a tiny lantern turning on in the back of their mind. A soft, steady glow that said, maybe I'm not broken. Maybe I just needed a different approach. Outside our little shelter, the night has settled in fully now. If you listen closely, you can almost hear the muffled sounds of the world continuing. Distant, gentle footsteps, maybe a faint splash from a river, the low hum of the game's music like vibrations through the walls. Inside, torchlight flickers against the wooden planks, and the room feels small in the best way, like being wrapped up in a blanket fort. I'm gonna lie down in this Minecraft bed now. The screen does that soft fade to black, like the game itself is taking a single deep breath. There's no long, dramatic transition, just a blink, and then it's morning. That's how I hope sleep can work for you tonight too. You don't have to remember the in-between. You can just close your eyes, and at some point, it'll quietly turn into tomorrow. And if you're still awake, that's okay. You don't have to monitor the video or stay alert for every detail. You can drift in and out. The stories and the soft little block sounds will keep going without needing your full attention. Welcome back to the channel if your brain likes to check in and out like that. As the first rays of Minecraft sunlight start to creep back over the horizon, we'll head out in the next section to gather a few more resources. Nothing intense, just wandering, mining, and maybe decorating our cozy base a bit. And while we do, I'll share a story that leans a tiny bit more atmospheric. A late night walk, some mildly spooky vibes, and a moment that felt scary in the moment, but turned out completely okay. No horror, no jump scares, just that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served when the universe gently taps someone on the shoulder and reminds them they're not as alone as they think. Morning routine, resource gathering, and mildly spooky comfort. So, we fade out of that first little justice moment, and when we fade back in, it's morning in our Minecraft world. The night has slipped away without any drama, and when I step outside the tiny starter base, Everything has that soft, hazy brightness. The sky is pale blue, the music is barely there, and you can almost hear the blocky sun stretching. A couple of sheep wander by, cows make those low, sleepy sounds, and it feels like the world is taking a slow, deep breath with you. This is our first real full day, and we're not doing anything wild. No boss fights, no risky caves, just a calm little morning routine. I'm gonna gather some wood from that tree line, tap out a bit more stone from the hillside, and maybe pick up a sprinkle of coal or make charcoal so we can craft a bunch of torches. Think of it like tidying your apartment after a long week. Slow, repetitive motions. Nothing your half-asleep brain has to work hard to follow. You can just listen, watch the patterns, and let it help you drift off to sleep. While I start punching trees and upgrading to that first stone pickaxe, let's dive into a mildly spooky Reddit story. And before your brain tenses up, I promise, this one ends completely okay. No horror twist, no jump scares, no... And then the door started scratching from the inside nonsense. It's more like cozy goosebumps than actual fear. The storyteller had just moved into an old house. One of those places with beautiful wood floors, weird corners, and way too much personality for the price. First few nights were fine, but around night 3, they started hearing footsteps in the hallway. Slow, creaky, just outside their bedroom door. You know that feeling when the music at a party suddenly cuts, and you realize how loud your own heartbeat is? It was like that, but in the middle of the night, with no music, just the house and the dark. As they're lying there, staring at the shadows under the door, I'm over here tapping gently into this hillside. You can hear the soft clink of the pickaxe, the tiny echo as the stone breaks, the little pop as each block drops into the inventory. I'm not going deep, just skimming a shallow cave entrance, placing a torch every few steps. Each one goes down with a quiet click, and the darkness pulls back into this warm, comfortable glow. Our narrator finally works up the courage to open their door, heart pounding, expecting something. A stranger, a ghost, a full-on horror movie. Instead, they find the world's most offended cat. Turns out, the neighbor's cat had discovered a loose window screen, let itself in like it owned the place, and had been doing midnight hallway laps on those creaky boards for 2 nights straight. The haunting was just tiny paws and old wood. It's funny how our brains do that, especially late at night. A normal sound plus a tired mind equals instant ghost story. Kind of like when you're lying in bed and the fridge kicks on and suddenly you're convinced someone's in the kitchen. As I clear out this little pocket of coal, each gentle clink and pop is a reminder that not every shadow is a problem. Sometimes it's just a cat, or the building settling, or your neighbor dropping a spoon. So with every block I break and every torch I place along this hillside, imagine you're turning on little lights in your own mind. Any leftover tension from the day can just drain away, piece by piece, like items quietly sliding into a chest. No rush, no pressure. You don't have to solve anything tonight. You just have to breathe, listen to the rhythm, and let your thoughts wander somewhere softer. By the time we head back to the base, we've got a nice stack of wood, plenty of stone, and enough coal to keep everything gently lit. In the next part, we'll start upgrading this cozy base. Smoother floors, better storage, maybe a real roof, and I'll share a story about a neighbor who seemed like just background noise, but was actually quietly looking out for someone the whole time. It's one of those tales where karma really does come full circle, just in a softer, more human way. upgrading the base and the quietly kind neighbor. So now we're back at the little starter base, and there's something really nice about that, isn't there? You step through the door, hear that soft wooden click, and even in a blocky world, it feels like coming home after a calm little adventure. The music in the background is gentle, the night outside is quiet, and all those resources we just gathered are ready to turn this tiny shelter into something actually cozy and comfortable. We'll start simple. I'm gonna smooth out this floor, just a few extra planks to even everything up, so your footsteps make that soft, steady sound instead of the random dirt thumps. Then we'll nudge this wall out by a block or two, give ourselves just a bit more breathing room. Nothing fancy, no huge Minecraft mansion tonight, just small upgrades. We'll open up this wall for a bit more light, carve 2 windows right here, and tuck a chest right under them so you can hear that gentle chest lid whoosh every time we organize. While I line these blocks up, let's dive into a different kind of story. This one's not revenge exactly, but it still has that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, just in a softer way. It's about a woman who lived in a small apartment building with mostly older tenants. Winters were rough, lots of snow, and the sidewalks would ice over overnight. Every morning, though, when the elderly lady at the end of the hall opened her door, the walkway outside her place was already shoveled, salted, and safe. As I raise these walls 1 block higher, imagine those early mornings. The quiet scrape of a shovel instead of loud music from some late party. No big announcement, no look at me post, just a neighbor bundled up before dawn, clearing a path while everyone else slept. We'll cut this second window here, let a little imaginary sunrise in, and place a torch just above it so the room glows softly, like a hallway light left on for you when you come home late. The elderly neighbor assumed it was the landlord, or maybe building staff. Years went by like that. Snow fell, paths were cleared, and no one said a word. I'll slide a second chest next to the first one, line them up neatly so everything has a place, the soft thump of the lid closing like a period at the end of each quiet favor. One morning, she woke up extra early for a doctor's appointment and finally caught him. Just a middle-aged guy from the second floor, headphones in, out there before sunrise, clearing every walkway, not just hers. He shrugged it off, said, "It's on my way to work anyway," and went right back to it. As I sloped this roof up a little, giving us just enough headroom to feel less cramped, think about how many invisible kindnesses like that might be sitting in your own life. The coworker who always refills the coffee, the roommate who takes the trash out for the whole apartment without keeping score, the friend who checks in on you on the exact night you needed it. We'll give ourselves a little corner just for resting. Maybe slide the bed under this new window so you can almost hear the rain outside, while the soft click of the door and the gentle footsteps on wooden floors keep you anchored. Even if you feel alone tonight, there are usually more people quietly rooting for you than you realize. And if that doesn't feel true yet, let this video be that gentle, non-demanding presence in the room, just humming along while you drift towards sleep. In the story, she eventually baked him cookies, wrote a simple thank you note, and the whole building started pitching in on little things, watering plants, grabbing packages, checking on each other during storms. Karma really does come full circle, even with tiny, quiet gestures. As we place this last block on the roof and step back to listen to the soft ambient music and distant Minecraft vibrations, we've turned a starter box into a small, cared-for home. Next, we'll head just outside these walls and start a tiny farm. Nothing huge, just a few rows of seeds and water. And I'll tell you about someone who kept showing up for themselves long before they saw any results at all. The way crops sit in the dark soil for a while before they finally push through toward the light. Starting a small farm in slow, steady progress. So now that our little starter house is humming with quiet Minecraft vibrations, I step outside and slow down. No sprinting, no rushing, just an easy walk along the grass until I find a spot by a calm riverbank, not far from the base. The water moves in that soft, repetitive way, and the open sky above it feels wide and peaceful, like a deep breath you didn't realize you were holding. I clear a tiny patch of land right there. Nothing dramatic, just a few blocks of grass turned into a simple rectangle. I craft a wooden hoe, nice and basic, and there's something cozy about how low effort it is. One stick, 2 planks, and we're not min-maxing. We're just existing. I start tilling the soil row by row. Each soft click, another little signal to your brain that it's okay to slow down. Step by step, row by row, little by little. As I plant the first seeds, I'm thinking about a Reddit story I read from someone who decided they were tired of feeling stuck in their own life. No big movie montage moment, no dramatic revenge on the universe, just a quiet decision. I'm going to work on myself for 10 minutes a day. At first it was tiny things. 1 page of a book about anxiety, 1 short walk around their apartment building, 1 text to a friend instead of ghosting everyone. Day by day, they kept showing up. I place a single water block at the edge of the tilled dirt and watch it spread out, soaking everything, making it darker and rich. The crops don't pop up instantly. They just sit there under the moonlight, doing their slow, invisible work. That's how this person's progress looked too. For weeks, they felt like nothing was changing. They still had off days. They still canceled plans sometimes, still had nights where sleep wouldn't come, and their thoughts threw a little party at 3 a.m. But little by little, those 10-minute choices stacked up. They noticed they could ride the elevator without panicking. They went to a small music event with a friend and actually stayed the whole night. They didn't become a different person overnight. They became a slightly kinder version of themselves. To themselves, over months. Step by step, I plant a few flowers along the edge of the farm, just to make it feel like a cared-for space. Then walk slowly around the perimeter, placing torches. 1 here, 1 there. Gentle circles of light, pushing back the dark. The farm will stay softly lit all night, even when we're not looking at it. The same way you could keep a small, steady light on your own well-being, even when the day feels heavy. There were setbacks in that story, little relapses into old habits, a week where they did nothing but doom scroll and eat takeout on the couch. And that was okay. Progress doesn't have to be a straight line to be real. You don't have to fix everything at once. You don't have to fix everything tonight. Just resting here, letting these stories help you drift off to sleep is more than enough. So we'll leave this tiny farm to grow quietly in the background while we do other things. The crops will inch upward whether we watch them or not. In the next segment, we'll take a slow exploration walk, wander just far enough to get pleasantly lost, and I'll tell you a story about someone who did the same thing in real life, took a wrong turn, and somehow found exactly what they needed. For now, welcome back to the channel. Grab your favorite blanket if you haven't already, and let's dive into the next gentle stretch of the night together. Gentle exploration walk and getting pleasantly lost. Alright, for this next little stretch of the night, we're going to take a slow walk away from the base. Nothing dramatic, no rush quests, just a gentle wander. I've got the coordinates tucked safely away. and we've got plenty of landmarks around us, so don't worry. We are not actually losing our cozy little home. Think of it like leaving your apartment to grab a late-night snack, knowing your keys are in your pocket. I step out past the last lantern, and the Minecraft music dips into that soft, echoey piano. On our left, there's a wide field, the grass a calm, muted green under the square sun, sprinkled with white and yellow flowers like someone shook out a pixelated blanket. Ahead, a small forest, dark oak trunks and slow, dappled shade. Off to the right, low rolling hills, nothing steep, just gentle waves of terrain. Off in the distance, I think I can see the faint outline of a village roof, but we're not heading there just yet. As we walk, I want to tell you a different kind of Reddit story. Not revenge this time, but the low stakes, pleasantly lost kind. This one's about a guy who flew to a new city for a work conference. He had one free evening, no plans, and instead of staying in his hotel room listening to muffled music from the next door party, he decided to wander. No map, no strict route, just turn left when it looks interesting. At first he felt that little spike of anxiety. New streets, unfamiliar signs, the sky getting darker. He kept checking building numbers like they were coordinates, but the more he walked, the more he realized nothing bad was happening. The night air was comfortable, the city lights were soft, and he could always pull up his phone if he really needed to. So he let himself drift. I mirror that here, slowing down to look at tiny details. A patch of blue cornflowers, a couple of sheep quietly chewing, the soft clink of my footsteps on a bit of exposed stone. I'm not rushing to collect everything, not speed running, just letting the landscape be background music for your brain. You don't have to control every thought right now. Your mind can wander like this path and still be completely safe. Our Reddit wanderer takes a wrong turn down a narrow side street and finds a tiny cafe tucked under a staircase. Warm yellow light, mismatched chairs, someone playing acoustic guitar instead of blasting party music. He orders a hot drink, sits by the window, and realizes he's not actually lost at all. He's exactly where he wants to be. A kind barista points out a big cathedral dome in the distance and says, "As long as you can see that, you'll always find your way back." Karma really does come full circle, even with your own worries. In our world, I spot a small cave entrance in the side of a hill. We peek in, just a shallow overhang, a bit of coal, no deep darkness, no danger. Cozy, not creepy. We back away, staying in the light. If you feel a little lost in life right now, that's okay too. You don't have to solve everything tonight. Rest and these small, curious steps are still progress. As I crest the next gentle rise, I see it clearly now. That distant shape is definitely a village, with tidy rooftops and maybe a bell tower. In the next segment, we'll head that way, and I'll share a cozy, village-themed Reddit story to help you drift off to sleep while we explore. Discovering a village and cozy community story. As I head down the slope toward that cluster of rooftops, the world gets a little softer. First is just one tiny triangle of orange terracotta peeking over the hill, then another roof, then the faint outline of a farm. You can almost hear the village before you see it properly. The soft cluck of chickens, a distant cow, doors creaking as villagers shuffle around in their quiet little routines. Welcome back to the channel if you're listening to this on another night, and if you're still here from earlier, just stay where you are and grab your favorite blanket in your mind. We're not rushing this. As the path evens out, lanterns start to appear, hanging from fence posts and doorways, throwing that cozy, honey-colored glow on the path. I'm going to be respectful here. No chaos, no tearing apart houses, No looting every chest like a blocky dragon. Just gentle exploration, some trading, and appreciating how comfortable this tiny place feels. It actually reminds me of tonight's Reddit story, which is less about revenge and more about that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served in a different way. The post is from someone who moved to a small town after a rough patch, bad apartment neighbors, loud music, late night parties, the whole exhausting mess. They were burned out, lonely, and honestly, just hoping to be left alone. As I walk past the first little house with its simple bed and a crafting table, the story shifts. One day, the narrator notices the local bakery is struggling. The owner is this older woman who remembers everyone's order and always sneaks an extra cookie into the bag. Then, a chain store announces it's opening across town, and business drops even more. Our poster figures, well, that's that, and just feels this quiet sadness. But the town has other plans. People start showing up early, buying extra bread for the freezer. Someone prints little flyers and tucks them into mailboxes. A retired carpenter fixes the bakery's broken back fence for free so the owner doesn't have to worry about wandering kids. Teenagers paint a cheerful new sign. It's not a dramatic movie montage, just small, steady acts. As I step into another village house, I imagine each room as a tiny safe place. A plain bed, a furnace humming like low-night music, maybe a couple of bookshelves. It's easy to picture someone curling up here after a long day, letting their brain finally quiet down. Outside, villagers drift past, trading carrots and gossip, and it feels like this blocky world is echoing the story's belonging. I trade with a farmer, just a few emeralds for bread. No words, just the soft pop of the trade and a little nod, and somehow it still feels friendly and mutual. Moments like that are a good reminder that needing other people is normal. You're allowed to lean on friends, family, or even cozy online spaces like this channel to help you drift off to sleep when you're tired or overwhelmed. Karma really does come full circle sometimes, not with dramatic takedowns, but with communities quietly choosing kindness. The bakery survives because people show up. This village feels safe because every lantern is lit by someone. And you're allowed to be part of that kind of gentle support, and also to receive it. The sky in our world is starting to turn that soft Minecraft sunset orange, so I'm gonna start heading back toward the base before it gets fully dark. On the walk home, let's dive into a more introspective story about someone realizing they're allowed to rest, even when everyone around them seems busier, louder, and endlessly productive. Twilight, walk home, and permission to rest. As that orange deepens into a soft rose and gold, I'm slipping out of the village gates and onto the little dirt path home. The shadows from the houses and fences stretch way out in front of us, long and gentle, like the day itself is yawning. You can hear the change under our feet too. Dirt giving way to patches of stone, then back to grass. Each step a different, cozy little click. Don't worry, I know exactly where we're going. I've walked this route so many times that even if the sun dipped faster than I expected, we'd still make it back to the base before full night. And that's kind of the point here. Even if you feel tired, overwhelmed, like you're barely keeping up, it doesn't mean you're lost. You're still on a path. It's okay to slow down on it. This reminds me of a Reddit story I read about a student who absolutely did not believe in slowing down. They were pre-med, juggling labs, volunteering, exam prep, and a part-time job. Their whole life was basically library, apartment, repeat. They'd put on sleep videos like this, but then guilt would kick in and they'd sit up, turn on bright lights, and keep grinding. Rest felt like failure. One semester, they hit the wall. Not in a dramatic, fail everything way, just tiny mistakes stacking up. They'd forget simple things at work, mislabel samples in lab, snap at friends over nothing. The turning point came when a professor pulled them aside after class, not to scold them, but to ask if they were okay. The professor said very calmly, "You realize burnout helps no one, right? Not your patients, not your grades, and definitely not you." They brushed it off at first, because of course they did. But then came the health scare. Heart palpitations, dizziness, a night in the ER instead of the library. Their body basically staged its own little revenge, like, if you won't listen nicely, I will escalate. Karma really does come full circle, even when it's your own schedule coming back to bite you. On doctor's orders, they had to build in actual downtime. No screens after a certain hour, one full evening a week with no studying, mandatory walks, real sleep. At first, lying down with a quiet video felt like cheating, but slowly they noticed something wild. Their grades didn't tank. Their focus got better. Their relationships stopped feeling like chores. As we follow this path and the Minecraft sun kisses the horizon, that's the same permission I want to hand to you. Choosing to be here, to listen to cozy stories and let the footsteps and soft game sounds help you drift off to sleep is not laziness, it's care. It's you saying, I'm a person, not a machine. Look up with me for a second. The sky's shifting from peach to that deepening blue, and the first pixel stars are starting to blink on. Day doesn't argue with night. It doesn't try to keep the sun pinned in the middle of the sky forever. It just hands things over. Your body has that same rhythm. Doing, then resting. Light, then dark. Action, then quiet. You can even try a tiny optional body scan while we walk. Nothing fancy. Just notice your shoulders. See if they can drop a millimeter. Notice your jaw. Maybe let it unclench. Notice your hands. If they're gripping your blanket or your pillow, see if they can soften. There's nothing you need to hold up right now. I've got the walk. The base is already coming into view. Little lanterns flickering on like a welcome back to the channel sign. Hear that change under our feet again as we hit the wooden bridge. The soft thump of planks. The little splash of water underneath. The sky is almost fully dark now, but our base is glowing, windows lit, cozy and familiar. We slip inside just as the first mobs would start to spawn outside, and close the door on the night with that satisfying click. In here, it's all warm light and quiet safety. No rush, no deadlines, just a comfortable little space that's ours. Now that we're home, I'm going to spend some time organizing chests and adding a few decorations. Maybe finally fixing that one awkward corner that's been bothering me. While I shuffle items and place blocks, let's dive into a story about making a space feel like your own, even if it's small, temporary, or a little bit chaotic. Because sometimes the tiniest changes can make life feel a lot more like it actually fits you. Organizing, decorating, and making a space your own. So, we're back inside the base now, away from the caves and the chaos, and it's actually starting to feel kind of cozy. There's a little bed tucked into the corner, the crafting table and furnace humming quietly like background music, and a couple of chests stacked under this tiny window, looking out into the night. The sky is dark, the stars are out, and you can just barely see the outline of the landscape like a sleepy silhouette of the world. For this part, I'm keeping things very low effort on purpose. No big builds, no dramatic raids, just the satisfying click of opening chests and moving items around. I'll shuffle cobblestone into one chest, wood into another, maybe give tools and ores their own little spot. While I do that, let's dive into a softer Reddit story about someone making a space their own. No wild revenge this time, just a quiet win that still gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. But the justice is mostly against their own stress. The post was from a student who had just moved into their first dorm. The room was tiny, the walls were this depressing off-white, and the furniture looked like it had survived 100 semesters of bad decisions and loud music. At first they told themselves, it's temporary, I won't bother. But every night they'd lie there staring at those blank walls, feeling like they were sleeping in a storage closet instead of a home. As I drag stacks of dirt into this junk but maybe useful later chest, they decide to change something small. They pick a color palette, soft blues and warm wood tones. The way I'm mixing different wood types here so the base doesn't feel like one big wooden box. They print a few photos, hang up some simple art, and add a string of fairy lights that glow like these Minecraft torches we're placing along the wall. Nothing fancy, nothing expensive, just tiny points of light that say, you're allowed to be comfortable, even here. I'll put a flower pot on the windowsill, maybe with a bright red poppy, and lay down a simple rug pattern with wool blocks, breaking up the floor so it feels less like a work site and more like a living room. The student did the same thing in their dorm. A cheap rug, a thrifted blanket, a favorite mug on the desk. As I label this chest building blocks, and that one food, they talk about how organizing their shelves felt like organizing their brain. Still messy, still human, but a little more manageable. That's the thing. Nothing in here is perfectly sorted, and their life wasn't either. But each label, each photo, each plant in the window of that cramped apartment corner made the space feel less temporary and more like a tiny sanctuary. Karma really does come full circle sometimes. Not as dramatic payback, but as the quiet realization that you're allowed to take up space, to soften the edges of whatever season you're in. So, if your own room is messy right now, or your living situation isn't ideal, you can still claim small pockets of comfort. A blanket you actually like, a playlist that helps you drift off to sleep, a little corner that's just yours, or even just this video playing while you wind down. I'll finish tucking these last items away, step back, and look at our slightly tidier, slightly cuter base. And in the next part, we'll slip back outside under the stars for a quiet nighttime stroll. I've got a gently eerie, but ultimately heartwarming Reddit story about a strange noise in the night that turned into an unexpected connection. Nothing too scary, just enough to make the world feel a little more magical before you fall asleep. Starlit stroll and gently eerie. Heartwarming encounter. So, let's follow through on that and actually step outside for a minute. I push open the base door and we walk out into the soft, torchlit night. The air out here feels a little cooler, a little cleaner, and the sky is just packed with stars, like someone sprinkled glowstone dust all over the ceiling of the world. Behind us, the warm light from our cozy little apartment of a base spills onto the path, so you've always got that gentle glow at your back. Before we go any farther, I want you to be completely comfortable. We're not fighting anything tonight. No combat, no jump scares, no sudden music spikes. The torches keep this whole area safe and softly lit, like tiny anchors of reassurance in the dark. We're just taking a slow stroll around the farm, around the familiar fences and crops, while I tell you one of those gently eerie Reddit stories that somehow ends with that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, but in a wholesome way. I step onto the dirt path, and you can hear that little crunch under my feet. Off to the side, the wheat rustles quietly in the square breeze Minecraft likes to pretend is wind. As we start circling the farm, let's dive into this one. It's about a listener who kept hearing tapping on their bedroom window late at night. Not loud, just tap, tap, tap. The kind of thing that makes your brain sit up, even when your body just wants sleep. At first they thought it was pipes, maybe vibrations from a neighbor's late night music, or someone coming back from a party in the next apartment over. But the tapping kept happening, always around the same time. One night, they finally worked up the courage to peek through the curtain, heart going a little too fast, expecting to see something they really didn't want to see. As I pass by the little pond next to our sugar cane, you can hear a soft splash as I hop on the edge and back off again, just to keep the sounds gentle and varied. The story builds, but we stay calm. They pull back the curtain, look out into the dark, and there's nothing. Just the streetlight glow and a quiet yard. The next night, same tapping. This time, they open the window a crack, and that's when they hear it. The tiniest, saddest little meow. Turns out the ghost tapping on the glass was a soaked, shivering cat who'd gotten lost in a storm and somehow picked the one window where someone was awake enough to care. They brought the cat inside, dried them off, checked the tag, and ended up reuniting them with a very relieved neighbor the next morning who'd been out putting up flyers. I circle back toward the front of the base, torches flickering like calm little beacons. Not everything unknown is dangerous. Sometimes the thing that startles you at night is actually a small, kind moment in disguise. A lost pet, a shy neighbor leaving homemade cookies at your door, a friend checking in quietly because they know you've had a rough week. As that sinks in, let your shoulders drop a bit. Breathe out slowly with me as we step back into the torchlight, back toward our front door. The Minecraft night stays calm, uneventful, almost soothing in its predictability. Low, steady sounds, no surprises, just enough to help you drift off to sleep. I head back inside the base, closing the door on the dark, but not on the stars. In the next part, we'll check on the farm's progress, and I'll share a story about long-distance connection, friends and family who manage to stay close, even when life moves them far apart. Because sometimes, karma really does come full circle in the sweetest ways, even across miles. Checking the farm and long-distance connections. When I step back outside, the night has tipped over into that soft blue-gray almost morning. The sky in Minecraft has this faint glow to it, like the world is just waking up and stretching. The torches are still warm on the walls, but out over the fields, that gentle dawn light is starting to spill across the rows. It's quiet, cozy, and honestly, this is one of my favorite parts of the game. We walk over to the farm together, just taking our time. No rushing, no mobs. Just the soft footsteps and the little water sounds from the irrigation trench. Some of the wheat has finally turned that deep golden color. A few carrots are peeking up bright and ready, and other crops are still halfway there. Patches of green, little hints of progress. Nothing dramatic, nothing party level, exciting. But that's kind of the point. Just slow, steady growth. I start carefully harvesting the fully grown wheat, one row at a time, replanting seeds in the empty spots. While we do that, let's dive into a different kind of slow, steady thing. A long-distance connection story from Reddit. The original poster had a best friend they'd known since middle school. Of them had to move across the country for of them had to move across the country for work. At first, they promised they'd totally talk all the time, and you know how that usually goes. But instead of drifting, they decided to treat the friendship like this little virtual farm. Every night, around the same time, they'd hop into a game together, sometimes Minecraft, sometimes something else, and just exist in the same digital space. Some nights were full-on chatter, some nights were basically companionable silence, while they both zoned out after a long day. As I replant these seeds, square by square, I'm picturing them sending each other dumb memes at 2 a.m., doing late-night calls when one of them couldn't sleep, watching the same show with the episodes synced up, and texting reactions in real time. Tiny, almost boring actions on their own, but stacked up over months and years, they became this strong, comfortable bridge over the distance. Every so often, I expand the farm by a couple of blocks, laying down more dirt, adding a bit more water. It feels like their little traditions growing too. There was this one detail that really got me. Once, when one of them was having a horrible week, the other quietly arranged a care package to arrive. Favorite snacks, a hoodie that still smelled faintly like their old place, and a handwritten note. No big revenge twist, no dramatic music sting, just that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served against loneliness. They even saved up for a surprise visit. Months of planning, keeping it secret, and then suddenly the person who'd only existed in pixels and phone calls was standing in the doorway. According to the post, they both just kind of laughed and cried in the most awkward, perfect way. It was like seeing your Minecraft base in person after only ever watching it on a screen. While I finish replanting and tidy up the edges, I want you to know, even if you're lying there alone in your room right now, you're not actually cut off. You're connected to people who care about you, even if it's just a quiet, "Hey, you okay?" text every few days. And you're connected here too, to this little shared world we're building together to help you drift off to sleep. If you feel like it, you can let one person drift into your mind, someone you're grateful for, someone who made your day a little easier. But if your brain is too tired to do even that, that's completely fine. You don't have to do anything. Just listen to the soft game sounds. Let the gentle vibrations of the footsteps in water be your background music, and rest. With the crops replanted and a few extra rows added, our food situation is looking pretty secure now. The base feels safer, more sustainable, like we've quietly checked an important box for the future. In the next part, we'll stay close to the surface and do a bit of light mining. Nothing intense, while I tell you a story about someone who stumbled onto something unexpectedly valuable in the most ordinary place. It's one of those moments where karma really does come full circle, in a way you'd never expect from such a simple beginning. Shallow mining and unexpected everyday treasures. So, like I promised, we're going to keep things really gentle here. No dramatic cave dives, no sprinting away from creepers. Just a little shallow mining right near the base to keep your brain busy, while the rest of you starts to wind down and drift towards sleep. Think of it like tidying a drawer in your apartment, but in Minecraft form. I carve out a small staircase beside the house. Nothing steep, just a slow, careful slope down a few layers. Every couple of steps, I pause, place a torch, and let that soft, warm light push the shadows back. The tunnel stays wide enough that it doesn't feel cramped, more like a cozy hallway than a mine shaft. You can almost hear the rhythm already. Tap, 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 and then that little pop as a block breaks, like someone snapping a cracker in half in another room. While we do this, welcome back to the channel if you've been here before. And if you're new, grab your favorite blanket and let's dive into a different kind of treasure story. This one isn't about revenge or loud music or neighbors having a party at 2 a.m. It's about a tiny, almost invisible win that turned into something surprisingly meaningful. The Redditor starts by saying they were cleaning out their late grandfather's old bookshelf, mostly expecting dusty paperbacks and maybe a few receipts used as bookmarks. As I chip away at the stone and uncover our first vein of coal, they slide a brittle hardback off the shelf and a folded envelope slips out from between the pages. That feeling, when the first dark specks of coal appear in the gray stone, is exactly how they described seeing the edge of that envelope peeking out. Nothing dramatic, just that quiet little jolt of, what's this? The envelope isn't stuffed with cash or anything movie-level dramatic. Inside is a handwritten note from their grandfather to their grandmother, dated decades ago, talking about how proud he was of the life they'd built, how he hoped that someday one of the grandkids would find the note and know they were loved before they were even born. As I mine through the coal and hit a couple pieces of iron hiding behind it, you can feel that parallel. The real treasure wasn't flashy. It was this small, concentrated pocket of love and memory tucked inside something ordinary. The narrator says that note brightened their entire week. They put it in a frame on their desk, and every time work got stressful or the night felt too long, they'd glance at it and feel that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, not against a person this time, but against the heaviness of everyday life. Just like these little clusters of coal and iron quietly power our Minecraft world, those tiny, sentimental discoveries can power you through some rough days. The sounds stay steady in the background. Tap, 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 soft pops, a faint echo in the tunnel, the kind of predictable low-key vibrations that your brain can latch onto and then slowly ignore as it gets more comfortable. Every so often, I walk the staircase back up, drop our resources into a chest, and step outside to check the sky. That little rhythm of effort and rest, mine a bit, breathe a bit, look up at the stars, works just as well in real life as it does here. And if your own days have felt a bit gray or repetitive lately, it doesn't mean there aren't tiny good things hiding in the corners. A song you haven't heard in years, a view you forgot you liked, or even this quiet night with block sounds and stories to help you drift off to sleep. In the next part, we'll head back to the surface for real and start planning that small garden build inspired by the neighbor story I teased at the very beginning. Because sometimes karma really does come full circle in the form of a few flowers and a fence. Planning the garden build and returning to the garden neighbor. So, like I promised, we finally ride that minecart back up. And the moment we break through to the surface, it's like taking a deep breath after holding it for way too long. The quiet drip of the cave turns into soft Minecraft music, the sky opens up over us, and there's that gentle whoosh of open air. The little noises of our base kick back in, the animals, the faint hum of the furnace, and it's oddly comforting, like walking into your apartment after a long shift. Our house is sitting there with a farm, square and familiar, and I'm thinking this place has done its job. It's safe, it's functional, it keeps the mobs and the chaos out. But tonight, I want to make it feel more like a home. So welcome back to the channel, grab your favorite blanket, and let's dive into something small and cozy. Planning a little garden right beside the house. Nothing huge, nothing min-maxed, just a decorative patch of calm to help you drift off to sleep. As I clear out this patch of grass, shaving off a few blocks, placing a soft outline of cobblestone for a path. I want to circle back to that neighbor story I teased way at the beginning. Remember the one about the mysterious garden upgrades? The Reddit post started with this person who had a tiny, kind of sad front yard, patchy grass, a leaning fence, a couple of tired-looking plants doing their best. One morning, they walked out and noticed a single new flower tucked into the corner. Just one. They figured they must have planted it and forgotten. A few nights later, same thing. Another flower, a different color, near the mailbox. No note, no, "Hey, I did this." Just more life. I'm laying down this path the same way now. One block at a time, little curve here, a fence post there, quiet changes that start to add up. Over a couple of weeks, the poster realized the fence had been gently straightened. A loose board hammered back in. A tiny potted plant appeared on the front step like a shy party guest. Meanwhile, here in Minecraft, I'm picking out flowers to mirror that. Some bright reds along the path, a splash of blue by the doorway, a tiny water feature in the corner with a lantern above it so it glows softly at night. They eventually caught their neighbor in the act, this older lady from the next building over. Out there in the early morning, hands in the dirt, just quietly tending. No revenge, no drama, just that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served in a different way. Life paying them back with kindness after a rough year. The poster said realizing someone had invested that time in their space made them cry in their car before work, not from sadness, but from finally feeling seen. That's kind of what I want this video to be for you. I'm over here placing leaves and trapdoors and flowers you might not even see with your eyes closed. Just a quiet background neighbor trying to make your mental garden a little softer. You don't owe me anything. To take shape, with a path looping back to take shape, with a path looping back to the door and the water glimmering under the lantern, this world is slowly turning from just a base into an actual home. And in the next parts, we'll keep layering in more tiny builds and more gentle stories, so you can drift in and out whenever your brain needs a break, and let the night take care of the rest. Soft sunrise over the base, and a story about starting over. By the time we finish that little loop of path and tuck the last lantern into place, the sky above the base is starting to shift. The deep, inky blue of the night pulls back just a little, and you get that soft Minecraft gradient where the horizon turns this gentle peach, then pale gold, like the world is taking a long, slow breath. Shadows that were thick and heavy a minute ago start to stretch and thin out. You can see the outline of the farm fence again, the sugar cane by the water, the tiny garden we just planted looking a bit more alive. The ambient sounds creep back in too. Soft footsteps on grass, a distant cow, the quiet splash of water. No more skeletons clattering around, no panic, just that cozy early morning hush where everything feels possible and nothing is urgent. The base itself looks a little more lived in now. There's a torch someone placed slightly crooked, a chest half open because I forgot to close it, a random dirt block where I clearly misclicked and never fixed it. It's not a perfect build. It's an I'm trying build. And that's kind of the mood of this next Reddit story. Starting over, not in a dramatic movie montage way, but in the, okay, I guess we're doing this way. So, welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket if you haven't already. Let's dive into this one while the Minecraft sun keeps climbing. This poster had to restart their life in their mid-30s. Their company folded overnight. The kind of quiet corporate collapse that doesn't even give you a satisfying revenge arc. No villain to expose, no warm fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Just cardboard boxes, a final paycheck, and a lot of silence. They moved to a new city with one suitcase, a cheap air mattress in a tiny apartment, and a spreadsheet of job applications. No dramatic betrayal, no screaming match, just the slow, awkward process of rebuilding. They picked up a part-time job at a little coffee shop, enrolled in night classes at a community college, and spent their evenings learning spreadsheets and basic coding, while the espresso machine hissed in the background like distant Minecraft rain. What I love is the small details they shared. The barista who remembered their name by week 2, the first time their professor wrote "great work" on an assignment, the cheap plant they bought for the windowsill so the apartment didn't feel like a storage unit. Nothing huge, just tiny torches against the dark. In Minecraft, if you fall into lava or a creeper sneaks up on you, you respawn. You lose some stuff, sure, but the world is still there. The base is still standing. You can walk back, pick up what you can, and slowly rebuild. Real life doesn't have a perfect respawn button, but it does have these quiet chances to reset, to reorient, to say, okay, that hurt, but I'm still here. As the sun clears the blocky hills, the base looks warmer, safer. The mobs are gone, and all that's left is soft light on wood planks and farmland. The storyteller talked about how, a year later, they weren't rich or wildly successful, but they had a stable job in a new field, a couple of classmates who'd become friends, and a little balcony garden that actually stayed alive. If your brain is wandering right now, that's completely fine. You don't need to remember every step of their journey or every block I'm placing. This is here to help you drift off to sleep, like gentle background music while your thoughts slow down. You can let the details blur at the edges, let the Minecraft sounds and these stories just wash over you. We'll keep walking forward in this world at your pace, no pressure, no rush, and in the next part, we'll take this new morning and gently stretch it into a little adventure, with another story where karma really does come full circle, but in the softest, sleepiest way possible. Expanding the garden and a wholesome neighbor story. So, with that soft morning light still kind of hanging in the air here, let's wander over to the little patch of green behind the house and quietly expand the garden. I'm just gonna grab a stack of seeds, some carrots, maybe a few potatoes, and we'll start carving out a wider rectangle of soil together. Nothing fancy, no rush, just those gentle, repetitive clicks as I till the dirt, one block at a time, to help you drift off to sleep. I'll lay down a simple path first, weaving it out from the back door, so you could walk here in your socks and still feel comfortable. A few blocks of cobblestone, a little strip of gravel, maybe a lantern tucked into a fence post at the corner. Then we'll stretch the farm out in neat rows, like lined paper, and start planting. Left click, right click, seed in the ground, over and over. Very predictable, very calm. On one side, I'll dig a thin trench and pour in water so the soil stays dark and rich. You can listen to that tiny splash as it flows, almost like low music under the other game sounds. I'll frame it with wooden slabs so you don't accidentally fall in during some sleepy late night wander. Then we'll add a little fence around the whole thing. Not to keep danger out, just to make the space feel contained and safe, like a tiny backyard in a quiet apartment complex. While I'm doing these slow loops around the garden, placing fences and planting, I want to tell you a different kind of neighbor story. No revenge this time, just one of those Reddit posts that gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served in a softer, human way. The writer had just moved into a new building, didn't know anyone, and was going through a really rough patch. New job, low money, long nights where sleep just wouldn't come. Their downstairs neighbor was this older woman who always seemed to be watering plants on her balcony. At first it was just polite nods in the hallway. Then one night, after a particularly bad day, the poster dropped their groceries in the stairwell. Bags split, cans rolling, that whole embarrassing scene. Before they could even apologize for the noise, the neighbor was there, kneeling down, helping pick everything up. She didn't make a big deal out of it. She just said, "You look like you've had a long day, dear," and quietly carried half the bags up to their door. A few evenings later, there was a soft knock on the welcome mat, a small casserole, foil over the top, and a note that said, "Made too much, thought you might like some." No need to return the dish quickly. That became a pattern. Extra soup on cold nights, an offer to water plants when the poster traveled, a casual, "Text me if you ever lock yourself out." The twist was that months later, when the neighbor had a health scare and had to stay in the hospital for a bit, the poster realized how much those tiny kindnesses had stitched them into a real community. They organized the other tenants to check her mail, water her balcony jungle, and stock her fridge for when she came home. One quiet casserole had turned into an entire floor of people quietly looking out for each other. As I plant the last row of carrots here, you can imagine the villagers and animals around this base as that same kind of neighborhood. The cows in their little pen, the sheep shuffling around, the villagers mumbling in the distance. They're just existing, no drama. Like neighbors whose lights you see through the curtains at night. They're not the noisy music party upstairs. They're the people who might notice if your porch light stayed off too long. I'll add a tiny water feature at the edge of the garden now. A 2-block pond with a single lily pad and maybe some sugar cane. Nothing wild, just something that makes a soft splash when we walk by. If you want, you can picture your own cozy neighborhood while we do this. Maybe it's a cul-de-sac. Maybe it's a hallway of familiar doors. Maybe it's a little Minecraft village tucked between hills. And if you can't see it clearly, that's completely fine. You don't have to force anything. You can just let the idea drift past like a thought you're too sleepy to finish. As we head back along this new path, fences on one side, crops on the other, I'm going to let this world keep breathing in the background. In the next part, we'll meet someone whose neighbors weren't quite so gentle at first, but who still ended up with their own quiet kind of victory. The kind that proves karma really does come full circle, even when everyone else has already gone to bed. Slow cave, peak, and a mildly spooky, but safe story. So as those fences and crops trail off behind us, I'm gonna angle us gently toward that little dark opening in the hillside you've probably been eyeing. Not to worry, we're not going spelunking into chaos tonight. Think of this as a slow cave peek. Just enough to let the echoes and the soft game sounds help you drift off to sleep while everything stays completely under control. We'll stop right here at the entrance, where the light from the sky still reaches the stone. I'll place a torch on the left side of the wall, then another a few blocks in, like tiny beacons marking a safe, cozy path. No rushing, no sudden turns, just the click of blocks, the soft pop of torch flames, and that gentle Minecraft music humming along in the background. Like a distant apartment party you're not obligated to attend. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you're listening to this on another night, grab your favorite blanket, settle a little deeper, and let's dive into a story that sounds spooky at first glance, but ends up being more of a quiet mystery than anything else. This one comes from a Redditor who grew up in an old house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Every night, around the same time, just after their parents went to bed, they'd hear footsteps in the hallway. Not stomping, not horror movie sprinting, just slow, steady steps, like someone doing one last check before turning in for the night. Doors never opened, nothing moved, no music, no party, just that soft, rhythmic walk and the faintest floorboard creak. I'm gonna edge us one block deeper into the cave, but we're still staying right at the mouth. Another torch on the right wall now, so everything in front of us is washed in warm light. You can see every block. There's nowhere for anything to hide, and we're not going anywhere that isn't clearly lit. You're safe here. The game is calm, the night outside is calm, and nothing is going to jump out at you. Back to the story. Our Redditor tried all the usual explanations. Maybe it was the house settling. Maybe it was a neighbor's car causing little vibrations through the floor. Maybe one of the parents was pacing. But every time they checked, both parents were sound asleep, the street was quiet, and the clock on the microwave always showed almost the exact same time. One night, they finally decided to be brave and sit in the hallway with the lights off, just to see. And right when the footsteps usually started, I'm gonna pause that moment for a second and drop one more torch a little farther in, then stop. That's as deep as we go tonight. We can see the gentle curve of the tunnel ahead, but we're not following it. Our path back to the base is bright, simple, and only a few steps away, just like your way back to sleep. So sitting there in the dark, heart racing a little, they listened. The footsteps started, soft, measured, and then faded right past them. No cold air, no ghostly hand, nothing dramatic. When they finally turned on the light, they caught the real culprit. The old radiator pipes ticking and expanding in a perfect pattern that just happened to sound like a slow walk. It became almost comforting after that. Every night, the ghost steps were just the house doing its routine. And that's the energy I want here. Things that sound big at first, but turn out small and harmless once the torches are placed. As we turn back toward the village lights, still completely untouched and peaceful, we'll carry that idea into our next story. A different kind of late-night mystery where, instead of a ghost, it's a very real person who ends up discovering that karma really does come full circle, even when they thought no one was watching. Organizing chests and a story of quiet personal growth. Out here, everything is quiet again, so let's bring that same calm back home to the base. Real life to-do lists can feel like a messy explosion. Emails, chores, that one text you've been meaning to answer. But in here, it's just one chest at a time. Before we dive into the next wave of revenge stories, we're gonna do something incredibly low drama and strangely satisfying: organizing. I'll start by opening this main storage chest, the one that's been our catch-all for way too long. Cobblestone mixed with flowers, random tools, a single piece of bread just sitting there, like it owns the apartment. We'll drag all the building blocks into one row, all the plants into another, and tuck the valuables safely at the bottom. It's like gently combing knots out of hair. No rush, no pressure, just slow little clicks to help you drift off to sleep. Over here, I'll place a new double chest and label it Wood and Nature. All the oak, birch, saplings, and leaves go in here. Another chest gets a sign that says Ores and Shiny Things, where we'll stack iron, coal, and those few diamonds we found earlier. Each label makes the room feel a little more intentional, a little more cozy, like we're quietly telling the base, hey, you matter, let's tidy you up. While I'm sorting, I want to tell you a softer Reddit story that fits this exact feeling. It wasn't some explosive pro-revenge with fireworks, and dramatic music. It was just a person who was tired of feeling like their life was one big, messy inventory. They weren't sleeping well, their apartment was cluttered, and their confidence was basically at zero. No rock bottom, no movie moment, just a slow, uncomfortable hum in the background. Instead of trying to fix everything overnight, they picked one tiny habit. Every night, they washed one dish, not the whole sink, just one. Then they added a 5-minute walk after work. Later, they started going to bed 15 minutes earlier, phone on the other side of the room. Over months, not days, their place got cleaner, their mornings less frantic, and they realized they were actually starting to like themselves. No applause, no viral post, just quiet personal growth that stacked up like neatly sorted stacks of planks. As I moved these tools into their own chest, pickaxes here, shovels there, you can probably see the parallel. A messy inventory doesn't mean you're bad at the game. It just means you've been busy surviving. Same with mental clutter. You don't have to delete every thought or solve every problem tonight. Sometimes just noticing, wow, this chest is full, and sliding a few things into gentler places is enough. And honestly, you don't even have to do that right now. You can just lie there, grab your favorite blanket, and let me do the organizing for both of us. The chests are getting sorted, the signs are going up, and the stories are quietly rearranging themselves in the background, so your brain doesn't have to. Think of this video as a tiny night shift librarian for your thoughts, working softly while you sleep. By the time this storage room feels truly comfortable, with everything labeled and easy to find, we'll be ready to pull out one specific chest, a story about boundaries, and open it up for a much more direct kind of justice, the kind that gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served without you lifting a finger. Building a little reading nook and a library-themed Reddit story. And speaking of pulling things out, I think it's time we take a break from chests and build a little corner just for you. A tiny reading nook tucked into the base, kind of like turning this whole storage system into a quiet late-night library. So, welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket if you haven't already. I'll carve out this space right here, away from the noisy parts of the base. First, a little alcove in the wall, just wide enough for a comfy-looking chair. I'll use dark oak for the frame because it always feels like old bookcases in a real library. And then we'll line the back with bookshelves, all those colorful spines stacked from floor to ceiling. The soft little Minecraft block sounds can just be your background music, while the stories do their thing and help you drift off to sleep. While I stack these shelves, let's dive into a different kind of revenge story. Very gentle, but surprisingly life-changing. The Redditor called it the quietest plot twist of my life. No drama, no yelling. Just a library, a tired brain, and a librarian who knew exactly which book could tilt someone's whole future by a few degrees. They'd been stuck in a miserable apartment, working late, feeling like every night was just fluorescent lights and microwave dinners. One evening, on a whim, they ducked into the local library instead of going straight home. It was almost closing time. The place was nearly empty, that hushed sound where you can hear the soft vibrations of the air conditioning and the faint rustle of pages. I'm gonna put a chair right here by the window, with a lantern hanging from a chain above it. Not too bright, just a warm glow, like a candle that never burns out. Imagine yourself sitting there, or if that's hard to picture, that's okay. Just know there's a safe, cozy corner waiting for you, in-game and in your mind, even if it's a little blurry around the edges. In the story, the librarian noticed our Redditor wandering aimlessly. and asked very quietly, "Looking for anything in particular?" They shrugged and said, "Honestly, I just want my life to feel less loud." Instead of pointing them to self-help or some dramatic novel, the librarian walked them over to a tiny section on hobbies and pulled out a book on beginner woodworking. Nothing flashy, just simple projects, simple tools. At first, it felt random, but that book became their nightly ritual. Instead of doom scrolling, they'd sit in the same library chair 3 nights a week, reading about how to turn plain pieces of wood into something solid and useful. Over time, they started building small shelves, then a desk, then a coffee table. The librarian would check in, never nosy, just, "How's the project going?" Back in our base, I'm tucking a second lantern into the corner, adding a little plant, and maybe a carpet under your feet. This whole video is basically that library chair now. An audio reading room where the stories live in the background, while you drift in and out of attention. You don't have to follow every detail. You can let your mind wander. Years later, that Redditor realized that quiet librarian had nudged them toward the career they have now, custom furniture. No big speech, no dramatic moment, just a small, thoughtful suggestion that changed the angle of their life. Karma really does come full circle sometimes, even in soft, wholesome ways. And once this nook is finished, we're going to leave it behind for a bit and head into a part of the base where the justice isn't quite so gentle. Because the next story is about a boss who seriously underestimated how organized their quiet employee really was. Gentle exploration, walk, and a travel story that went right. So now that our little nook is tucked in and cozy, let's actually step away from it for a bit. We've been in this safe, enclosed space, but sometimes the most relaxing thing you can do is just wander. So grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, and we'll take a slow walk out of the base while I tell you a travel story where, for once, nothing explodes into chaos. I head out through the main gate and turn toward the river, letting the water guide us. The Minecraft music is soft in the background, just those gentle notes and the quiet splash as we hop onto a sandbar. I drop a torch here and there, not because we're in a rush or running from anything, but just so we know the way back, like leaving little breadcrumbs of light for our sleepy brains. As we follow the river, here's the Reddit story. The poster had saved up for years for a solo trip to a small coastal town in another country. You know, the usual travel horror setup. You're probably expecting missed flights, lost luggage, a hotel that turns out to be an abandoned apartment with suspicious stains. That's what they were bracing for too. Instead, everything quietly worked. We drift past a patch of flowers on the riverbank, and I pause to pick some. A few poppies, some azure bluets, nothing fancy. The landscape opens into a plain, the grass a soft repeating texture, like white noise for your eyes. The poster lands on time, their bag is literally the first one on the carousel, and the train into town shows up right as they reach the platform. No sprinting, no panicked map checking, just this calm, almost eerie smoothness. They'd booked a tiny guest house above a cafe, expecting thin walls and loud music. Instead, they get this old building with creaky stairs and a room that smells like coffee and soap. The owner's mother insists they take an extra blanket, just in case the night gets shy and cold. I love that phrase. Downstairs, there's quiet jazz instead of a party, and the only vibrations are from the espresso machine. We slip from plains into a spruce forest now, the light dimming under the trees. Each biome shift feels like turning a page. No jump cuts, no rush, just walking, placing the occasional torch, maybe grabbing a berry bush if it looks cute. The poster spends their days wandering cobblestone streets, stumbling onto a lookout point with a view of the harbor. A local couple notices them struggling with a paper map, laughs gently, and ends up walking them to the best bakery in town. And that's the whole plot. No dramatic revenge, no emergency passport run, just kind people, hot pastries, and a sunset that looks like it's been photoshopped. It's memorable precisely because nothing goes terribly wrong. It's like this walk, uneventful in the best way. We loop back toward the river, following our little trail of torches home, and as the base comes back into view, we're going to slowly trade this calm trip for a story where karma really does come full circle again. This time with a coworker who thought they were untouchable, flower fields, and a story about unexpected friendship. As the torches lead us home, I'm going to steer us just a little off the path and into something softer. We've had our warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, so now we'll balance it with a story that's more about quiet kindness than revenge. Think of this as the part of the night where the music at the party has faded, the apartment lights are low, and you're just talking with one close friend. Over here, tucked beside the river, I want to turn this plain grass into a field of flowers. So welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket while we do something really simple and really cozy. I start placing patches of red poppies first, little dots of color that look almost too bright against the green. Then some white daisies, some azure blueways, and those soft pink tulips that always look like they're exhaling. The wind in Minecraft is silent, but you can still imagine them swaying. A slow, sleepy wave that makes the whole landscape around the base feel gentler. As we plant, let's dive into a different kind of Reddit story. A small one about unexpected friendship. The original poster worked in a busy office, the kind where the break room coffee is somehow both too weak and too bitter. Across from them sat a coworker they honestly did not like at first. He was loud, always talking about sports, always hosting some weekend barbecue or birthday party. And OP was the quiet, headphones on, please let me go home and sleep type. The first interaction was tiny. One late night, OP was stuck finishing a report. The office was nearly empty, that humming, fluorescent kind of quiet. The coworker walked by, noticed the light still on, and just set a granola bar on OP's desk without a word. No big speech, no, we're besties now, just, you're still here? Don't pass out. Then he left. That was it. The next week, it was coffee. He came in early, saw OP already there, and slid an extra cup across the desk. They accidentally made two, he said, even though the barista had very clearly not. A few days later, they started sharing tiny eye rolls when the boss scheduled yet another pointless meeting. Little inside jokes formed, like rating the day on a scale from Monday to Friday, even when it was Wednesday. None of it was dramatic. No huge life-saving moment. Just consistent small gestures. Remembering how OP took their coffee, saving them a seat in meetings, sending a funny meme when they knew OP was having a rough night. Over months, that annoying sports guy quietly became the first person OP messaged when something good or bad happened. As I bone meal these flowers and watch the colors spread, imagine that same energy soaking into this world. Picture this base not as something built by one person alone at their computer, but as a place shaped by a quiet, supportive community. People who show up, who plant one flower at a time. Maybe every patch of color is a shared snack, an inside joke, a late night "you okay" message, and as this field fills in, we'll carry this softness forward because the next story is going to start in a place that feels the exact opposite of this. An office where kindness is in very short supply, at least at first. Rainy Minecraft evening and a cozy indoor memory. Out there in that office we just left, the air felt dry and tense. In here, the whole world changes with one soft sound. You hear it first as a faint hiss against the Minecraft leaves, then the gentle patter on the roof of our little base, and the sky outside the windows fades from bright to that bluish rainy gray that makes everything instantly cozier. Inside, the glow from our lanterns looks warmer against the darker glass. The torches flicker softly along the walls, and the chests, the bed, even the crafting tables suddenly feel like part of a tiny shelter instead of just blocks. It's like the game itself is saying, "Hey, you don't have to go anywhere tonight. Just stay. Just rest." The music drops to that low, almost sleepy piano, and the quiet vibrations of the rain become this steady backdrop, like white noise in pixel form. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you're just now tuning in halfway through, and grab your favorite blanket if you haven't already, this is the perfect moment for it. We're safe inside our little Minecraft apartment while the storm does its thing outside. The rain always reminds me of one of my favorite Reddit stories. A small one, but it sticks with me. This poster talked about a day in middle school when they woke up to the sound of heavy rain and distant thunder. Normally that meant a miserable bus ride, wet socks, and trying to peel a soaked hoodie off in a freezing classroom. But that morning their mom quietly knocked and peeked in and said, "You know what? You're staying home today." No big reason. No dramatic illness. Just a random, gentle day off. They spent the morning in pajamas, listening to the storm drum on the roof while their mom made grilled cheese and tomato soup. The TV played some old movie in the background. Nothing intense, just soft noise like our Minecraft music right now. In the afternoon, they pulled a big blanket onto the couch, cracked open a book they'd been too busy to read, and every time thunder rolled, they felt this weird mix of tiny fear and huge comfort because they were inside, dry, and completely off the hook. No school, no homework, no social drama, just the rain doing all the work of making the outside world feel far away. They said it was the first time they remember feeling that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, but in a really quiet way. Like the universe had quietly given them back a day they were owed. That's the energy I want you to borrow right now. Outside your headphones, there might be emails, texts, unfinished tasks, that one conversation you keep replaying. Out there, it's rush hour traffic and wet commutes and people honking in the rain. In here, it's just the soft tap of Minecraft rain on glass. Our little lamps glowing, and these stories to help you drift off to sleep. If you want, try syncing your breathing to the rain. And as the sound swells, out as it softens, no pressure though, even if your thoughts wander, and they probably will, the rain in this world doesn't get annoyed. It doesn't speed up. It doesn't demand anything from you. It just keeps falling calmly in the background, like a promise that you can come back to this cozy place anytime. We'll let the storm water our crops for a bit while we stay inside, sort a few chests, maybe place a couple more lanterns, and when the clouds finally break, we'll step back out into the world for another story, one where karma really does come full circle, and the person making everyone else's life miserable finally gets their own little downpour. Night fishing by the shore, and a story of quiet routine. And just like that, the rain eases up. The last few drops tapping on the roof like a sleepy metronome. We step outside, the air washed clean, and wander down a little path I carved earlier. torches on fence posts, grass still sparkling. At the end of it, there's a small lake waiting for us, tucked between a hill and a patch of flowers, perfectly quiet. This is our night shift now. Just you, me, and a fishing rod. I walk up to the edge, place a couple of lanterns so the water glows softly, and cast the first line. The float lands with a tiny, satisfying plop, then settles into a slow, gentle bob. We're not rushing. The game sounds become their own kind of music. Soft clicks and distant animal noises, like an apartment building where everyone finally agreed to turn the volume down. We're just gonna let this rhythm help you drift off to sleep. While we wait for that first tug on the line, let's dive into a different kind of routine. This story comes from a Redditor who didn't plot revenge or expose some awful boss. Instead, they survived a rough, anxious year with one incredibly simple habit: the same morning coffee every single day at the same tiny kitchen table. They described it in almost Minecraft level detail. Kettle on, mug in the exact same spot, 2 scoops, not heaping, not flat. Stir exactly 10 times clockwise, 3 times counterclockwise. They admitted they knew it was unnecessary, but it felt right. Sit down, phone face down, watch the steam rise, that was it. No productivity hack, no dramatic music, just steam and silence. We get a bite. The float dips, the line twitches, and I reel in slowly. 1 fish. Nothing special, but it feels good. Cast again. Plop. Gentle ripples, then stillness. The Redditors said that on the days when everything else went wrong, traffic, deadlines, surprise meetings that could have been emails, that 10-minute coffee ritual was the one part of the day that behaved. It never talked back. It never moved the goalposts. They weren't perfect with it. Some mornings they were late. Some days they drank it lukewarm. But the point wasn't perfection. It was predictability. Like this. Cast, wait, reel in. Sometimes we get treasure. Sometimes just another fish. Sometimes nothing at all. The comfort is in knowing what comes next. There was one particular morning, though, where that little routine surprised them. I'll tell you what happened in a second. For now, we cast again. Watch the float rock gently, little circles of light spreading across the lake. You can let your mind wander here. If you lose the thread of the story, that's okay. It'll be right where you left it when you drift back. On that day, their neighbor, someone they'd only ever exchanged awkward elevator nods with, knocked on the door holding their usual brand of coffee, on the verge of tears. Turned out she'd been timing her own mornings by the smell of their brew through the hallway, that tiny, reliable comfort, letting her know she'd made it through another long night shift. No warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. No dramatic karma really does come full circle moment. Just 2 tired people sharing a quiet cup at the same little table. Out here, our routine keeps going. Cast. Wait. Reel. The night settles in around the lake, and you're allowed to just float with it until the next story drifts our way. Upgrading the base interior and a small apartment glow-up story. And while they're sitting at that little cafe table, we're back here in our blocky world, putting a kettle on in our own way. The outside of the base is looking pretty good now, so let's slip inside and give it the same quiet kind of care. Think of this as us rearranging the room we're sharing tonight, just made of pixels instead of drywall. First thing, I'm looking around this starter room and yeah, I moved in yesterday and just dropped chests everywhere. Functional, but not exactly cozy. So I start sliding things around. Crafting table tucked into a little alcove, furnaces stacked neatly with a chimney going up, Storage chests framed with trapdoors so they look like built-in cabinets instead of a moving day explosion. One lantern on the ceiling becomes 3, hanging at different heights, and suddenly the shadows soften. It feels intentional now, like a place you could actually fall asleep in. It reminds me of a Reddit story I read from someone in their first real apartment. Tiny studio, weird layout, questionable carpet. They said at first it felt more like a storage unit than a home. Mattress on the floor, cardboard box as a nightstand, one sad lamp that made everything look even more tired. They were working long shifts, coming home exhausted, and the space just echoed that same drained feeling back at them. So they started small, $5 at a thrift store for a lamp with a warm bulb. Instant difference. Then a secondhand bookshelf that they turned on its side to use as a TV stand and extra storage. A plant someone was giving away in the lobby, rescued and put by the window. They learned to hang curtains with tension rods so they didn't lose their deposit. No big HGTV reveal. No overnight makeover. Just these tiny, almost boring decisions that slowly turned this apartment into my apartment. As they layered in things, a soft rug from a clearance bin, a couple of frame prints, peel and stick hooks for their mugs, they noticed something strange. They were less tempted to stay late at work. They wanted to go home, even if home was still a little crooked and cramped. One small change that surprised them was swapping the harsh ceiling light for string lights and a warm lamp. They said it felt like flipping a switch in their brain from survival mode to, I'm allowed to rest now. That's kind of what we're doing here. I add a little reading nook in the base. A chair made from stairs and signs. A bookshelf wall. A flower pot on the windowsill. A few candles, spaced out so the light flickers gently instead of glaring. Chess monsters get sorted into labeled barrels. Nothing dramatic, but every block we move makes the room feel more comfortable, more ours. And just like their place, this base doesn't become perfect in one night. We'll keep nudging things, adding a plant here, a painting there, maybe a cozy music corner later with a jukebox humming softly in the background. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you've drifted in and out, this is the part where we quietly claim a little territory from the chaos. If your real room isn't where you want it to be yet, if the walls are bare or the furniture's mismatched, or you're stuck listening to someone else's late-night music through thin apartment walls, you still deserve pockets of comfort. A thrifted blanket, a candle, a plant on the sill. For now, you can borrow this base too. Picture yourself sitting in that Minecraft chair, lantern light on the walls, storage all tidy, the gentle vibrations of the game sounds in the background. This can be our shared, cozy, imaginary room, while you save up, plan, and slowly build the real one. And there's one more tiny upgrade, both here and in that Reddit storyteller's life, that changed more than they expected, but I'll tell you about that as we step into the next part of the base and the next set of stories, so you can keep sinking deeper into the kind of sleep that only comes when you feel truly, finally, at home. Soft mining session and a story about patience paying off. So from that tiny upgrade and that feeling of finally being at home, we're going to do the exact opposite for a bit and head back underground. No windows, no view, just stone, torches, and that soft, predictable rhythm that can help you drift off to sleep without you even realizing when you cross that line into dreaming. I step into the mineshaft and start a new branch, 2 blocks high, 1 block wide, just forward. 1, 2, 3 swings of the pick, the gentle crack, then the crumble as the block disappears. Step forward, place a torch, warm circle of light, then darkness again, waiting patiently just outside the glow. It's not glamorous. It's not a big Minecraft party with music and fireworks. It's just work. Calm, repetitive, strangely cozy work. While we settle into this little tunnel, I want to tell you a Reddit story about someone who basically lived in their own version of this mine for years. They posted about trying to switch careers into graphic design in their 30s. No fancy degree, no connections, just a cheap tablet, a slow laptop in a tiny apartment, and a lot of late nights. For 3 years, they drew every single day after their regular job. Tiny practice pieces, logos no one saw, fake posters for movies that didn't exist. It felt like this: swing, crack, crumble, torch, over and over with nothing shiny showing up. They applied to job after job and got silence. Or, we went with someone more experienced. Friends started hinting that maybe it was time to be realistic. Their parents suggested going back to school for something stable. You can almost hear the polite concern, right? But they just kept mining. One more portfolio piece, one more online course, one more redesign of the same logo, until it finally felt right. Then, one night, they answered a random post from a tiny local cafe looking for a new menu design. Almost no pay, but they decided to treat it like a big client. They poured everything into it. The owner loved it, posted it online, and one of their regulars happened to work at a marketing agency. You know where this is going. The agency reached out, asked for a meeting, and suddenly those 3 quiet years in the tunnel turned into a full-time job offer and a stack of freelance requests. It sounds like an overnight win, but you and I know the truth. The diamonds were there the whole time. It just took thousands of invisible swings to finally uncover them. Just like this mine, most of the progress happened where nobody could see it. No applause, no warm fuzzy feeling of justice being served from the outside world. Just the soft click of blocks breaking and the decision to keep going anyway. As I place another torch and the corridor stretches behind us like a sleepy spine of light, you don't have to analyze any of this. You don't need to turn it into motivation or a to-do list. Let the rhythm of the mining, the steady footsteps and soft echoes be background comfort. If your thoughts wander, that's fine. If they slow down and blur at the edges, even better. And just when it feels like this tunnel might go on forever, there it is. A small flash of blue in the stone. Diamonds, tucked away where no one would ever find them by accident. We gently clear around them. No rush, no big celebration. Just a quiet, satisfied breath. Karma really does come full circle, even down here. We'll head back to the surface with these in a bit, and use them for one more upgrade that changes the whole vibe of the base. And the next Reddit story has a payoff that feels a lot like uncovering this vein. But I'll save that for the next stretch, so your mind has time to soften and sink even deeper into the night. Pathways and lanterns and a story of finding direction. Back on the surface, everything feels a little brighter. Like we carried some of that underground calm up with us. I'm gonna start laying out a simple path from the front door of the base over to the storage room, then down toward the little farm. Nothing fancy, just a mix of cobblestone and slabs, something your eyes can follow without thinking about it. Kind of like how, at the end of a long day, you don't need a whole life plan. You just need to know where your bed is. While I place these blocks, let's dive into a softer Reddit story. No revenge this time, just a slow, gentle kind of direction. The post was from someone in their late 20s who titled it, "I feel like everyone else got a map, but I didn't." They weren't failing exactly, They had a job, a small apartment, some friends, but they described this constant background noise of anxiety, like low music from a party next door that never quite turns off. I'll tuck a lantern here at the corner and another one by the farm gate. See how that instantly makes this little stretch feel more complete? In the story, the turning point wasn't a big movie moment. There was no dramatic quitting scene, no sudden windfall. It started on a random Tuesday when the poster realized they didn't hate making coffee for their coworkers. They actually liked those quiet 5 minutes in the break room, chatting with people, learning their orders, remembering the little details. So they made one tiny choice. They signed up to help with a small office event. That led to being asked to coordinate another one. Over a year, they went from "I'm just here for a paycheck" to "apparently I'm the unofficial event person." While I run this path out toward the mine entrance and dot lanterns along the way, you can picture each light as one of those small decisions. Not a full blueprint, just enough glow to see the next couple of steps. They wrote that supportive people made a huge difference too. A coworker who said, "You're really good at this, you know." A manager who paid for a short course in event planning. A friend who helped them polish a resume. No epic montage, just slow, steady vibrations of encouragement, nudging them toward a new role in a new company where organizing events actually was the job. I'll curve this path gently around the hill, place a lantern on this fence post, and another by the door. From up here, the base looks stitched together by little rivers of light. You still can't see the whole world, but you can see enough to walk without tripping. That was their realization in the post. You don't need to see 10 years ahead. You just need to see the next kind choice, the next curious step. If you're lying there tonight feeling behind, or like everyone else got that map except you, it's okay. For this night, the only path you need to follow is the one from your thoughts to your breathing, from your breathing to your pillow, from your pillow into sleep. I'll keep placing blocks and lanterns, quietly connecting everything, and in the next section, we'll add one more cozy upgrade that ties the whole base together, the way their new life finally started to feel like home. A tiny animal pen and a story about caring for something small. So while those paths and lanterns are quietly linking everything together, I want to add one more soft little rhythm to this base, a tiny heartbeat. Over here in this open patch of grass, I'm going to start laying out a small animal pen, something simple and kind, where the only job is just to care for something small while the night drifts by. I'll start with fences, moving slowly so you can almost hear each click like part of the background music. Oak posts in a loose rectangle. Nothing cramped, just enough to feel safe. I'll leave a 2-block gap for a gate, and as I place it, I like to imagine that gentle creak you get when you open a real garden gate late at night. No party, no chaos, just that cozy, familiar sound that tells you you're home and you can finally sleep. Let's add a tiny shelter in the corner, 2 blocks high with a sloped roof so if it rains, the animals have a spot to huddle. I drop in a hay bale or two, maybe a lantern hanging from a fence post, casting that soft circle of light. The animals in Minecraft make these little snuffling, shuffling sounds, and even though they're just pixels, there's something soothing about watching them wander around an apartment of grass and hay you built just for them. While I gently lure a couple of sheep over with wheat, I want to tell you a different kind of story from Reddit. It wasn't revenge this time, more like quiet repair. This person wrote about a plant they bought on clearance at the grocery store. It was one of those sad, drooping things shoved in the back, leaves half brown, marked down to basically nothing. They said they'd been feeling pretty low themselves, stuck in a loop of work, home, sleep, repeat, and they grabbed the plant almost on impulse. At first, it was just a cup of water every few days. Then they started turning it toward the window in the morning before leaving for work. They'd check the soil when they got home, trim off a dead leaf here and there. It wasn't dramatic, no big montage, just this tiny ritual that quietly carved out a moment in their day where they were gentle on purpose. A few weeks in, new leaves started to show up. They wrote that it was the first time in months they'd look forward to coming home, just to see if the plant had changed. That small green thing became proof that consistent low-pressure care actually does something. And the twist was, when their life got unexpectedly rough later, a breakup, a move to a new apartment, all that noise, they realized the habit of tending that plant had already given them structure. They knew how to water, how to open the blinds, how to keep going with one small doable act at a time. That's the part I love. Caring for something doesn't have to be dramatic to matter. A rescue cat who needs breakfast at 7 a.m., a struggling plant, a tiny Minecraft pen with a couple of sheep circling lazily under a lantern. It's all the same gentle rhythm. It gives your day edges. It gives your thoughts somewhere soft to land. In a way, this video is doing a little version of that for you tonight. I know. Revenge stories and Minecraft to help you drift off to sleep sounds like an odd combo, but there's a structure here on purpose. My voice, these cozy stories, the repetitive block sounds, they're all just tiny fences to keep your thoughts from wandering too far. You don't have to do anything back. You don't have to water or feed or fix. You can let me do the caretaking for this stretch of the night. I'll keep the animals penned, the lanterns lit, and the stories flowing. So your only job is to lie there, feel your breathing slow down, and let the edges of the room blur. And a little later, when we add one more small detail to this base that ties back into that plant story in a surprisingly satisfying way, you might already be half asleep, just catching fragments like a dream you'll barely remember in the morning. Watching the Minecraft sunset and a reflection on letting go of the day. And speaking of that little detail we're saving for later, I'm gonna leave the base alone for a minute and just walk us up this hill. No mobs, no caves, just a quiet climb until we find the perfect spot to watch the Minecraft sun go down. I angle us toward a small rise just beyond the farm, where the grass is tall and the view opens up. From here, you can see the river, the lanterns we placed earlier, and the blocky horizon stretching out like a pixel painting. The sun is still a bit high, square and stubborn, but the light is already softening. Shadows from the trees pull a little longer across the ground, like they're stretching after a long day at the office. The music in-game drops to that low, familiar hum, and the colors start to shift. The bright blue sky leans into a warmer, almost peach glow, then slowly deepens toward orange. Each few steps, the world looks a tiny bit different. The side of the apartment, well, our pretend apartment base, catches this golden stripe of light, while the far hills fall into a gentle bluish shadow. Everything feels quieter, even though the sounds are the same. Watching this, I'm reminded of a Reddit story I read from someone who was absolutely drowning in daily stress. Nothing dramatic enough for pro-revenge, just 1,000 tiny things. Emails at all hours, a boss who thought urgent meant I forgot to do my job, dishes piling up, that buzzing feeling in your chest that never quite turns off. They said they'd lie in bed at night and mentally replay every awkward sentence they'd said that day, like a personal blooper reel on loop. One night, Instead of doom scrolling, they grabbed a cheap notebook and wrote down 3 columns: today, tomorrow, and not mine. Under today, they put what was actually done. Under tomorrow, what really could wait. And under not mine, they listed the stuff they were carrying that didn't belong to them at all. Other people's moods, imaginary arguments, things they couldn't control if they tried. Then they closed the notebook and took a slow walk around the block. No music, no podcast, just footsteps and street lights. They did that every evening for a month. No huge life change, no dramatic quitting scene, just this tiny ritual of sorting their worries. By week 2, they said they were still stressed, but it felt organized, contained. Like all the chaos had been moved from the middle of their brain to a labeled shelf in the back. As the square sun dips lower in our Minecraft sky, I want you to try something similar, but even lazier. You don't have to move. You don't have to write. Just picture that sun as a little storage box sliding down toward the horizon. If you want, you can quietly place 1 or 2 worries into it. A conversation you're dreading, that email you haven't answered, the way the music from the party next door got stuck in your head. You're not fixing anything, you're just setting it down for the night. The light keeps changing. Orange melts into a deeper red. Then the edges of the world start to blur into purple and navy. Our lanterns near the base glow a bit brighter by contrast, and the shadows stretch so long they almost touch. The game doesn't rush it. The sun sinks at its own steady pace, whether we're watching or not. And here's the gentle, mildly ironic part. That Reddit poster admitted that some nights, the ritual didn't magically calm them down. They'd still feel wired, still catch themselves rehearsing arguments in the shower or planning revenge speeches they'd never give. But they kept doing it anyway, because even on the nights it didn't work, there was comfort in knowing they'd try to draw a line between what belonged to the day and what could be left for the morning. So, if you're lying there right now, feeling a little too awake, that's okay. You don't have to force yourself to feel calm or to have that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served in your own life just yet. This video will keep going. The Minecraft world will keep cycling from day to night and back again. Your only job is to be here, breathing, letting the soft vibrations of the game sounds and the stories wash over you. The sun is almost gone now, just a thin slice of glowing orange resting on the edge of the world. Remember that line from the story, the not mine column? Hold on to that for a second. As the last bit of light slips away and the sky tips fully into night, imagine that column closing with the sun, just for now. Those worries can wait outside the room while we, very quietly, light a few more lanterns and start the next story, where karma really does come full circle in a way that might just help you drift off to sleep. Second cozy night in the base, and a story about feeling finally safe. So while that column of worries slides shut with the sunset, we're going to slip back inside the base for our second cozy night. You might notice it doesn't feel like a starter shack anymore. It feels like a place you actually live in. The lanterns we crafted earlier are all glowing now. A soft golden line along the path from the little farm to the front door. The music from the game is barely there. Just a few notes drifting over the gentle clicks as I sort through chests. Everything is labeled this time. No more chaotic Ms. Box. Wood here, stone there, a whole chest just for food so you don't have to panic search if a creeper surprises us tomorrow. The animals outside have settled too. The cows are huddled in a corner of the pen, and the sheep are just quiet background shapes under the moon. Inside, I've widened the room, added a second bed, and tucked it by the window. That one's for you. If you want, you can imagine yourself already under the blankets, watching the tiny pixel stars while I, very calmly, rearrange the last few blocks. This base feels more complete than it did on that first night. Less, we're surviving. More, we're actually comfortable. And while we wander around this little apartment of ours, I want to tell you a different kind of revenge-adjacent story. It's not about explosions or glitter bombs, but about finally getting away from the constant low-level chaos of not feeling safe. Reddit user Finally Breathing Again spent years in an awful shared house. Thin walls, random midnight music, parties that rattled the doors, roommates who'd borrow things without asking and then act offended when called out. They described it like living on the edge of a permanent argument. Even when it was quiet, they were braced for the next slam, the next drunk guest, the next passive-aggressive note. They started small, applied for better jobs, tracked every expense, quietly built a little emergency fund, the way we've been quietly stacking iron in that chest. No dramatic confrontation, just steady, patient planning. One day, the new job came through. Higher pay, sane hours, an office where people actually said good morning like they meant it. Within a month, they'd signed a lease on a tiny studio. Nothing fancy, just 4 solid walls, a door that locked properly, and neighbors who mostly cared about recycling schedules. Their first night there, they said they kept waiting for the noise, for the stomping, the music, the vibrations of someone else's bad decisions shaking their life. But nothing came, just the hum of the fridge, a car passing outside, and their own breathing slowly evening out. They cried, not from sadness, but from that weird, overwhelming relief when your body realizes the emergency is finally over. That's the contrast we're sitting in right now. Remember our first night in this world? No walls finished, torches stuck in the dirt, me nervously checking every shadow. Now the paths are lit, the chests are organized, the farm is fenced, and the door is shut with a satisfying little click. The danger hasn't disappeared completely. This is still Minecraft, but the uncertainty has dialed way down. Just like their life didn't suddenly become perfect, but it became calm enough for real rest. I know. Revenge stories and cozy bases might sound like an odd combo, but this is that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served in a quieter way. Not fireworks, just a simple justice of a safe place to lay your head. So as we tuck in for this second night, let this base stand in for that studio apartment, or that healthier relationship, or that stable job. A space where nobody needs anything from you right now. You don't have to prove anything, fix anything, or replay any arguments. If you ever need this feeling again, you can always, very simply, come back here, hit play, step through this little wooden door, listen to the soft game sounds and the low music, and remember that you've already survived the loud parts of the story. For tonight, you're allowed to let go. You can let the glow of the lanterns blur, let your thoughts slow down, and just let this quiet world help you drift off to sleep, knowing that outside the walls, whatever's waiting can wait one more night. Soft Forest Path and a story about getting lost, but in a good way. So as we close that little wooden door behind us, we're actually right back where we started tonight, near the base under this soft Minecraft night sky. The lanterns are humming gently. The low music is still there like background breathing. And if you've drifted in and out of sleep already, welcome back to the channel. Or welcome back from whatever dream your brain just wandered into. We're going to step outside the walls for a minute, nice and slow. No rush. No big mission, just a quiet walk. You can hear the soft crunch of the path under our feet, those tiny, predictable block sounds that are almost like white noise. The apartment of the world is calm right now. No music party next door, no drama, just a cozy bass glowing behind us while we follow this little trail toward the trees. Up ahead is that forest biome we haven't really explored yet. Nothing intense, just tall trunks, leaves shifting gently, and the occasional sheep making its half-hearted "I'm here" announcement in the distance. I'm gonna avoid any caves, any combat, anything that spikes the heart rate. We'll just drift between the trees, place a torch here and there, and let the sounds repeat. Footsteps, leaves, soft clicks. Very predictable, very sleep-friendly. As we wander, I want to tell you a different kind of story about getting lost. Not revenge this time, not the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, just a small, quiet Reddit story that stuck with me. It was from this traveler who was supposed to catch a late-night train home after a long week. They were exhausted, brain on autopilot, and of course, they read the schedule wrong and watched their train pull away from the platform while they were still finishing a snack. Normally, that's the moment you feel your stomach drop. Extra money, extra time, extra stress. But instead of spiraling, they just accepted it. They wandered out of the station, down a side street they'd never noticed, and ended up in this tiny cafe that was somehow still open. Soft yellow lights, quiet music, maybe 5 people inside. They ordered something simple, sat by the window, and realized it was the first time all week they'd actually felt comfortable. They talked with the owner, who turned out to be from their hometown. They swapped stories about old neighborhoods and childhood streets, and by the end of the night, the owner offered them a part-time job for the summer. That job ended up being the thing that paid for a move they'd been too scared to make. Missing the train, the big mistake, became the doorway. We're doing the same thing here, just on a smaller scale. We're off the main path. No perfect plan. Just drifting between pixel trees while the night settles in. And sometimes life is exactly like this forest. You think you're supposed to have everything mapped out, every step efficient, every goal locked in, but then a schedule changes, a class fills up, a major doesn't work out, and suddenly you're walking a path you never meant to take. One student in another story signed up for the wrong intro course because they mixed up room numbers. They thought they were going to economics, sat through an entire psychology lecture too shy to leave, and by the end of the semester, they changed their major, made their closest friends, and finally felt like they were in the right place. Karma really does come full circle sometimes, just quietly. So, if you're listening to this in the dark, maybe half asleep, maybe feeling a little lost in your own life, it's okay to be here in the in-between. You don't have to have the whole map. For tonight, you can let yourself wander with me under these square leaves, let your thoughts loosen their grip, and trust that even if you miss a metaphorical train or two, there's still cozy cafes and unexpected majors, and soft forest paths waiting just off to the side. We'll follow this trail a little farther, let the sounds repeat until they blur, and then we'll circle back toward another story, one where the plan is a bit more deliberate, but still just as gentle. Building a little forest cabin and a story of found family. So since we're already wandering this soft little path together, let's step off the trail for a second. Right here, between these spruce trees, there's this quiet clearing we found earlier. No mobs, no caves growling underneath, just grass, flowers, and that gentle Minecraft music in the background. This is where I want to tuck a tiny cabin. Nothing fancy, just a secret hideout you can picture when you're trying to fall asleep. Think of it like a backup home. If the rest of the world feels loud, this is the quiet apartment in the woods you can always come back to. I'm going to start by counting out the foundation block by block, so your brain has something predictable to follow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be the front wall. Then I'll turn and we'll go 5 to the side. You can almost hear the little wooden thud each time a plank lands. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you're drifting in and out, grab your favorite blanket. Let's dive into a story while I outline this rectangle. Corner log here, another there, making sure everything lines up so we don't end up with a lopsided cozy box. The repetition is kind of the point. Consistent, simple sounds help you drift off to sleep way better than sudden noise spikes. While I'm pacing out this floor, I want to tell you about a post I read from someone who thought they were completely alone. No close family. Holidays mostly meant reheated leftovers and pretending the night was just another Tuesday. They worked at a small office where people were polite, but not exactly a party. You know the vibe. Birthday cards signed out of obligation. Break room cupcakes that taste like dry revenge on your taste buds. One year, right before the holidays, the poster's car broke down. They mentioned, almost as a joke, that they'd be spending the long weekend in their studio, wrapped in 3 sweaters because the heat barely worked. Their coworkers laughed politely, then went quiet. And that silence was the turning point. I'm filling in the floor now. Plank after plank, like laying down all the little moments that came next. One coworker offered a ride home that night. Another quietly slipped them a grocery store gift card. The office manager, who always seemed a little grumpy, asked what days they were off and then casually said, "You're coming to our place for dinner." No arguments. As the poster told it, that first dinner was awkward and warm and noisy in the best way. Kids running around, music low, the dog trying to climb into their lap. Over the next few years, it became a tradition. Different coworkers hosted, people brought extra chairs. There is always a spot set for whoever needs it this year. Karma really does come full circle. But sometimes it shows up as a casserole and a spare blanket instead of dramatic justice. I'm raising the cabin walls now, 3 blocks high, circling around and around, the way those invitations circle back each year. What started as coworkers turned into a chosen family. The poster said they still lived alone, but they never felt lonely on that night again. This little cabin is that feeling in block form. A tiny, reliable place you can picture anytime the real world feels too sharp. We'll add a door, a window, maybe a lantern or 2 in the next part, and slowly turn it into a space that always has a light on for you, even if it's just here in this sleepy world. Decorating the cabin interior and a cozy holiday memory thread. So now that our little safe box is framed out in your mind, let's actually step inside. I'm gonna duck through this doorway, and you can almost hear that tiny change in sound, like when you walk from a busy hallway into a quiet apartment at night and everything softens by 1 notch. The floor is still bare planks, walls just simple wood, but that's okay. We'll start with the basics. I'll tuck a bed into this corner, right under the window. So if you ever picture yourself here, you've got that soft blue Minecraft night outside and a comfortable place to imagine sinking into. One crafting table against this wall, a furnace humming gently beside it, and a row of chests along the back, like sturdy little guardians for all the stories we're collecting. While I slide these blocks into place, I want you to imagine we've opened a calm Reddit thread together. Not the wild revenge stuff this time, Just a simple question. What's the smallest, coziest holiday memory that still makes you feel warm inside? It's the kind of post you scroll past at first, then scroll back to, because suddenly you can almost smell something from your childhood kitchen. The first reply I picture is someone talking about the year the power went out on Christmas Eve. No big drama, no disaster, just a quiet house, a pile of blankets, and their dad lighting every candle he could find. They said the music stopped, the TV went dark, but the room filled up with this soft flickering glow and the sound of rain on the windows. They played a board game by candlelight, misreading the rules and laughing. And to this day, whenever the lights flicker, they get that same warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served against the usual noisy, overbright world. As that memory settles in, I'm placing a couple of flower pots on the windowsill here, maybe a little red tulip and a white daisy. Simple, but it gives the room a heartbeat. Another commenter remembers their grandmother's apartment on New Year's Day, waking up to the smell of one particular soup. They said the whole place felt like a slow song, steam on the windows, distant party music still echoing in the stairwell, and their grandma humming while she stirred the pot. On this wall, I'll hang a painting, something with warm colors, and I'll carve out a spot for a tiny fireplace. Nothing dramatic, just a soft crackle to help you drift off to sleep. While the imaginary fire takes shape, there's a reply about a quiet walk in the snow. No big speech, no life-changing moment, just crunching footsteps, air so cold it almost sparkled, and the way the streetlights turned every snowflake into a tiny lantern. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you're drifting in and out and just caught this part, grab your favorite blanket in real life or just pretend you did. Let's dive into one more memory as I add a lantern above the bed. Someone sitting in the back seat during a long winter drive, half asleep, listening to their parents talk softly up front while the radio played old songs. You can decide what season this cabin lives in. Maybe there's a gentle summer rain on the roof, or a slow snowfall outside. You don't have to hold the picture clearly. It can blur at the edges. In the next part, we'll step back out and add a little more life around the cabin. But for now, you can just rest here, in this in-between place where the game sounds and your own memories start to overlap. Soft rain outside the cabin and a mildly spooky but comforting story. And as that in-between space settles in, I'm gonna nudge the world just a little, and there we go. It's starting to rain. In Minecraft, the sky goes that soft gray. The edges of the forest blur, and you get that gentle hiss of rain over grass. On the cabin roof, it's a quiet patter, like someone drumming their fingers on a table in the next room. Steady and predictable. We'll stay mostly inside for this part. I've got our character by the window, looking out through the little glass panes while the drops streak down. The torches on the walls make everything feel extra cozy, like you're in a warm bubble while the rest of the world gets washed clean. If you want, you can imagine the sound wrapping around you, the way a fan or white noise machine does, just enough to help you drift off to sleep without any sudden jumps. Let's step out onto the tiny porch for a second. You can almost feel the difference. Inside, it's warm and amber. Outside, the air looks cool and misty. The trees just silhouettes in the rain. We don't go far, just under the overhang, listening to the soft Minecraft rain and the occasional distant cow, like a sleepy neighbor complaining about the weather. You're safe and dry. The game is calm. Nothing bad is waiting out there. Since the mood's a little darker but still comfortable, let's dive into a mildly spooky Reddit story that fits this rainy night. The poster had just moved into an old apartment with creaky floors and paper-thin walls. You know the type: radiators that make random music, pipes that sound like a low party upstairs, and lights that flicker just enough to make you question your life choices. The first few nights, they kept waking up around 2 a.m. to this faint scratching sound. Not loud, not violent, just rhythmic. A few seconds on, a pause, then again. They'd lie there, staring at the ceiling, heart going a little too fast, trying to convince themselves it was nothing. And it was nothing dangerous, I promise. They tried all the usual explanations: wind, old building vibrations, maybe a neighbor dragging furniture at the worst possible hour. But the sound didn't match. It was right by the bedroom wall, at the exact same spot, like something was patiently working on a secret tunnel, which, at 2 a.m., is not the most relaxing thought. One night, they finally worked up the courage to flick on the lamp and press their ear to the wall. The scratching stopped. Silence. That almost made it worse. They turned the light off, got back into bed, pulled the blanket up, and there it was again. Soft, steady, like a tiny metronome. The next morning, still a little sleep-deprived, they went to take out the trash and ran into the older woman from the apartment next door. She looked perfectly normal, holding a bag of recycling and a very offended-looking cat. The cat had a little cone on its head and a bell on its collar that jingled with every irritated flick of its tail. They made small talk, and the neighbor laughed and said, "If you ever hear weird noises at night, that's probably Muffin. She's obsessed with this one spot in our bedroom wall. Scratches at it like there's a portal to Narnia in there. I'm trying to keep her from waking you up." Instant relief. The spooky scratching? Just a bored, slightly dramatic cat trying to redecorate the drywall. The poster said after that, whenever they heard the sound, it actually helped them fall asleep. It was like having a tiny, furry night watch pacing the wall, making sure the apartment stayed boring. Back in our cabin, the rain keeps tapping on the roof, and we're still on the porch, looking out at the gray. Even the strange sounds in this world have soft explanations. No jump scares, no monsters at the door, just neighbors, pets, and old buildings being themselves. It's that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. But on a very small domestic scale, your brain expects a ghost, and instead it gets a cat with boundary issues. We'll head back inside now, close the wooden door with that familiar click, and let the room glow again. In the next part, we'll add a little more life around the cabin, some lanterns along the path, maybe a tiny garden, so the world outside the windows feels even safer and more alive while you drift deeper into the night. Fred. Organizing the cabin storage and a story of quiet routine saving the day. We'll leave the night outside for a bit and focus on something even quieter. I'm gonna walk over to these chests by the wall, open them up one by one, and we'll just sort. Nothing dramatic. Just calm little clicks to help you drift off to sleep. Top chest first. This one is going to be all wood. Oak planks, spruce logs, strip birch, fences, doors, trapdoors. Every warm, cozy piece of tree goes in here. I'll say it out loud as I move them, almost like labeling shelves in a tiny, blocky apartment. Logs in this row, planks in this row, stairs and slabs down here. It's simple, and your brain knows exactly what comes next. Next chest, stone. Cobblestone, smooth stone, andesite, a little bit of mossy brick from that ruined portal we passed earlier. I'll stack them in neat columns. Rough to smooth, dark to light. No rush, no enemies, just that soft Minecraft music in the background. and the occasional door click, like someone walking through a very polite party that never gets too loud. Third chest, food. Bread, baked potatoes, a few apples, some cooked chicken. Top row for things we can eat right away. Bottom row for ingredients. It's almost like meal prepping, but with fewer dishes to wash. And while we're lining everything up, I want to tell you a Reddit story that fits this vibe a little too perfectly. It wasn't some huge revenge saga. No explosions, no dramatic confrontations. Just a person who was really tired of feeling like their life was a mess. Their apartment was chaotic. They were always late, always stressed, and every night felt like the bad kind of insomnia party. They tried the big overhauls before, new planners, intense workout plans. This Monday I'll become a new person speeches. None of it stuck. So one day they decided to do the smallest, almost boring things instead. Make the bed every morning. Prep a simple lunch while the coffee brewed. 10-minute walk after dinner, even if it was just around the block. At first, nothing magical happened. No cinematic music, no instant glow up. But a couple of weeks in, they noticed they weren't scrambling to find clean clothes before work. Their kitchen didn't feel like a disaster zone. Those tiny walks helped them sleep a little better at night, which meant fewer late starts, which meant less panic. The warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served was turned inward. Just a quiet sense that karma really does come full circle when you're kind to yourself consistently. Organizing these chests is basically that. Just in pixels. We're not fixing everything. We're just deciding that wood lives here, stone lives here, food lives here, and your worries can sit over there for a while. Even if you're just listening, eyes closed, doing absolutely nothing, that's still a valid step. You showed up, you let your brain have something predictable and gentle to follow, and that counts. We'll finish tucking these last few items into place, close the chest with that soft thunk, and in the next part we'll step back outside to add those lanterns, and maybe start that tiny garden we talked about, so the world feels even more sorted, inside and out. Slow riverboat ride and a story about changing directions. And with those last chests closed and everything feeling a little more sorted, let's slip outside for some fresh air. The lanterns can wait just a minute. I'm thinking we change the pace a bit. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you've been here before, you know this is where Minecraft and Reddit stories kind of blend into one long, cozy exhale to help you drift off to sleep. Let's head down to the shore and put that calm mood to work. I'll grab some planks, a few sticks, and we'll quietly craft a boat. Nothing fancy, just enough to float. We'll nudge it into the river, step in, and there it is. That first gentle bob as the water settles around us. The current is slow, like the kind of night where the music from a far-off party is just a soft hum instead of a full-on apartment nightmare. I'm going to keep the camera nice and smooth here. No sharp turns, no sudden spins. Just wide drifting shots as the river carries us past patches of sand, little clumps of sugar cane, and those sleepy oak trees leaning over the water. You'll hear the soft splash of the oars, that steady rhythmic dip and pull, like a heartbeat that's finally decided it's okay to relax. As we float, let's dive into a different kind of story. This one isn't about revenge or the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. It's about a quiet pivot. The Redditor was in their late 30s, working in a big city office where the lights never really turned off. High-stress job, long commute, constant emails. They joked that their life was just fluorescent bulbs and lukewarm coffee. There was no dramatic blow-up, no villain boss screaming in the hallway. Instead, it started with tiny things. They realized the only time they felt genuinely comfortable was on weekend walks by a little river trail outside town. They'd listen to the water, notice how it never rushed unless it had to, and think, why does the river seem more relaxed than I am? The first nudge to change came from something almost silly. They missed a work party because they fell asleep on the couch at 7 p.m., completely exhausted. No big confrontation, just waking up, fully dressed, realizing they were too tired to enjoy anything they were supposedly working for. That was it. Not a movie moment, more like a quiet splash of an oar in the dark. From there, they made a series of small, deliberate moves, updating a resume on lunch breaks, taking an online course at night with calm background vibrations of rain sounds instead of office noise, applying to jobs in a smaller town where rent was lower and nights were actually dark. Just like this river, they let the current do some of the steering. They didn't quit in a blaze of glory. They waited until an offer came from a slower-paced company near that same river trail. 1 month's notice. A modest goodbye card. They moved into a smaller apartment with big windows and trees outside instead of traffic. And the funny part, no one at the old job had a meltdown. The world didn't end. Their story makes such a good reminder that changing direction doesn't have to be a plot twist. It can be a gentle turn of the wheel, one quiet choice after another. As our boat glides past this last bend, we'll pull up to a little dock and tie off. In the next section, we'll hop back onto land, hang those lanterns we talked about, and maybe start that tiny garden so the world feels even more peaceful inside the base and out along the shore. Collecting clay and sand by the river and a story of underestimated talents. We're tied off at the dock now, so let's step out of the boat and follow this little path down to the water's edge. The river here is quiet, just soft music from the game and those gentle splashes as the current brushes the shore, the kind of sounds that help you drift off to sleep without even realizing it's happening. I'm gonna pull the boat up onto this tiny sandbar, just enough so it doesn't float away, and we'll start collecting what looks like the most boring stuff in Minecraft. Sand and clay. 1 scoop, plop. Another scoop, plop. The shovel makes that muted thud as it hits the block, then the quiet pop when it breaks, and the little item floats up with a soft splash. It's repetitive in the best way, like white noise you can see. While we fill our inventory with this plain-looking stuff, welcome back to the channel if you've been here before, and if you're new, grab your favorite blanket, because this next story is the slow burn kind. No dramatic revenge party, no screaming in an apartment hallway, just someone realizing they're not actually broken. They're just specific. The Redditor in this one always felt out of place. They were the too much detail person. The kid who color-coded their notes, triple-checked homework, and noticed when a teacher changed one tiny word on a test. As an adult, that turned into proofreading emails 5 times and getting teased for overthinking everything. Friends loved them, but also kind of rolled their eyes. You know the type. The one who spots a typo in a menu and can't let it go. As I scoop up more clay from the riverbed, thud, crack, splash, they're working a pretty average office job. Nothing glamorous, just spreadsheets, invoices, and a boss who says things like, "Don't worry about the small stuff," which, for them, is basically like saying, "Please ignore who you are." They start to think their careful nature is a flaw. It slows them down. It makes them anxious. It makes other people sigh. Then one night, while everyone else is half asleep at their desks, they notice something odd. A tiny mismatch in numbers on a report. Not dramatic. Just a few cents off here, a few dollars there. The kind of thing most people would skim past. but their brain won't let it go. So, quietly, they start digging. A little more each day, like us collecting sand, one block at a time. Not impressive on its own, but it adds up. Weeks later, their annoying attention to detail uncovers a pattern of fraud from a vendor. Nothing explosive, but big enough that catching it saves the company a serious amount of money. Suddenly, the same manager who told them to stop nitpicking is calling them into a meeting, not to scold them, but to thank them. That overlooked trait lands them a promotion into a role built around quality control and auditing, where noticing the tiny things is the whole job description. Clay and sand are like that. On their own, they look plain, almost forgettable. But with a little patience, clay becomes flower pots and bricks. Sand turns into glass that lets light in. Underestimated talents work the same way. They don't always explode into the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Sometimes they just quietly reshape your path until karma really does come full circle. We'll haul this batch back to the base in a second and start smelting it down, turning these dull little blocks into something useful. In the next section, we'll use them to add some cozy details around the shore. And I've got another story lined up about someone whose weird hobby ended up opening exactly the right door at exactly the right time. Returning home at dusk, and a story about coming back after a long time. Alright, let's start heading back. I'm going to turn the boat around and follow this little river, just letting the current nudge us while the Minecraft sun slides down toward the edge of the sky. The colors always get me here. That soft orange glow on the water, the clouds going cotton candy pink, and way off in the distance, the first familiar outline of our main base just barely peeking over the tree line. If you've drifted in and out of sleep already, that's completely fine. This whole thing is meant to loop gently, like background music at a quiet party that never really spikes. You haven't missed anything you needed to keep up with. The stories just circle back into the same cozy themes, the same warm fuzzy feeling of justice being served, and the same calm little path home. You can just grab your favorite blanket, sink a little deeper, and let the boat's sounds and soft block vibrations help you drift off to sleep. As we glide past that bend with the lone birch tree, our little landmark, I want to tell you about a different kind of return. This one's from Reddit, from a user who had basically sworn off their hometown. They grew up in a small place where everyone knew everyone, and not always in a good way. High school was rough, there was some bullying, and they left for college swearing they'd never go back except for the occasional holiday. Years passed. They built a life in a new city, new apartment, new friends, all that. But one night, scrolling through old photos, they found a sketchbook from when they used to draw constantly as a kid. Somewhere along the way, work, stress, adulthood, that hobby just vanished. They realized the last time they'd really drawn anything for fun was back in that little hometown bedroom, listening to late night music and sketching until they fell asleep at the desk. So they did something that surprised even them. They booked a weekend trip back. On the train ride in, they described this weird mix of dread and nostalgia, like walking back into a boss fight you barely survived the first time. Were the same people going to be there? Would it feel like regression instead of growth? As our base lamps start to flicker on in the distance, see those tiny specks of light? Their story takes a softer turn. They visited the old art store, expecting it to be gone, and instead found it run by the same owner, now with more gray hair and an even warmer smile. He actually remembered them. Not the drama, not the bullying, Just the kid who was always buying sketch pads and asking nerdy questions about pencils. That simple, comfortable recognition broke something open. They spent the weekend just walking familiar streets, sketchbook in hand, realizing the town hadn't been the villain. It was certain people, certain moments. Coming back didn't erase the past, but it made space for new, quieter memories to sit beside the old ones. By the time they went home, new home that is, they'd started drawing again. No big revenge, no dramatic confrontation, just a gentle kind of continuity. The return was less scary than they'd built up in their head, and a lot more healing. And right as they stepped off that train, we're pulling up to our dock. Lanterns glowing, windows lit, everything exactly where we left it. In the next section, we'll slip inside and tuck these oars into the furnaces. And I'll tell you about a return that doesn't go quite this smoothly at first, and why that actually made the ending even more satisfying. Nighttime base maintenance, and a story of quiet support you almost miss. So we step off the boat, and the dock has that quiet end of the night feeling. No rush, no mobs chasing us, just soft water sounds and the little clink of torches. Welcome back to the channel if you're still awake with me. If you nodded off and woke up again, that's okay too. This stretch is just gentle base chores to help you drift off to sleep while we talk about the kind of support you almost don't notice until it's gone. I walk up the path and start with a wheat field. The rows are neat, the water is still, and the only music is the soft swish of crops breaking. We'll replant everything, one seed at a time, so the motions are predictable and your brain doesn't have to do any work. Click, plant, step, click, plant, step. It's like our own cozy little metronome for the night. Over by the pens, the animals shuffle closer. No chaos, just a quiet Minecraft party of cows, sheep, and chickens waiting. I toss out some wheat and seeds, and they nudge in with those blocky faces. Hearts pop, baby animals appear, and the whole pen settles back into that comfortable, sleepy crowd noise. Nothing dramatic, nothing stressful, just small, kind things done on repeat, so the bass keeps humming along. While we do that, let's dive into a different kind of small, quiet maintenance. This Reddit story starts with someone who thought they were doing everything alone. Long days at a draining job, late classes, coming home to a tiny apartment that always felt just a little too empty. They were exhausted, convinced nobody really had their back, except little things kept happening. Days when they overslept. Somehow their days when they overslept. Somehow their laundry would already be in the dryer instead of molding in the washer. At first they chalked it up to forgetfulness, or coincidence, or just being too tired to remember. Back in our world, we top up the furnaces with coal and slide that ore in. Orange light flickers through the windows, and the base glows like a lantern in the dark. I walk the perimeter slowly, placing extra torches, making sure every corner is lit and safe. Nothing's attacking, but we still take care of it. Quiet prevention instead of dramatic revenge. In the story, it took a schedule change for the truth to show up. One night, they came home early and caught their parent, who had a spare key, slipping out after restocking the fridge and folding blankets. No speech, no guilt trip, just a sheepish smile and, "I know you're busy. I just wanted it to be easier." That's when it clicked. All those invisible chores were love, not magic. You might have people like that too, whose care looks like gas in your car, a text at the right moment, a light left on, and if you don't, or not right now, this little base is my intentional version of that for you. A world where the paths are lit, the furnaces are full, and the stories keep you company until sleep finally wins. In the next part, we'll head inside, sort every chest, and I'll tell you about a time that invisible support showed up at work, right when someone needed it most, and how karma really does come full circle in the softest way. A gentle mind tunnel extension, and a story about slow, steady progress. So now that everything up here feels safe and stocked, we're gonna do something even simpler. We're just gonna walk down into a quiet little mine, already lit, already secured, no surprises hiding in the dark. Think of it like a hallway in a cozy apartment building at night. Doors closed, soft music somewhere far away. Nothing dramatic happening, just that low, steady comfort. I've already carved the entrance, so you and I just head down these stairs at an easy pace. Torches are on the walls at regular intervals, like sleepy street lights. There are no mobs, no caves breaking in from the sides, no sudden drops. It's the Minecraft equivalent of a boring, well-managed office corridor, which tonight is exactly what we want to help you drift off to sleep. At the end of the tunnel, I stop, swap to my pickaxe, and we start our little pattern. Dig out 3 blocks forward, 1, 2, 3. Knock out the ceiling so it's nice and even. Then I step back, place a torch on the right wall, and every so often I'll drop in a little oak support beam so it looks like someone actually cared about this place. That's the loop. A few blocks, a little light, a bit of tidying, over and over until your brain can't be bothered to keep track. This is the same kind of rhythm a Redditor wrote about when they talked about learning a language in their 30s. No big dramatic, I moved abroad moment. No all-night cram sessions. Just 10 minutes a day on an app before bed. A couple of vocabulary cards over morning coffee. The occasional YouTube video with subtitles. They said it felt pointless most nights, like chipping at bedrock with a wooden pick. We dig 3 more blocks. I smooth the floor so there are no little bumps to trip on. Torch on the left this time, just to keep you awake enough to notice the change. The Redditor kept going anyway, because it had become as automatic as brushing their teeth. No party, no big motivational speech. Just, oh right, I do my 10 minutes now. The funny part came 2 years in. They were on a trip, half paying attention, standing in line for food, when they suddenly realized they understood the entire conversation happening behind them. Not every word, but enough that their brain didn't have to translate anymore. It was like they'd turned around in their own mind and finally looked back at the tunnel. Let's do that here. I'll stop for a second, turn the camera, and we'll just look down this corridor we've been calmly extending. All those torches, evenly spaced, the neat walls, the supports. Each little section doesn't seem like much when you're inside it, but stretched out like this, you can see the distance. You can see the work. That's how slow revenge on chaos works too, on messy finances, on a cluttered room, on a stressful job. Tiny, boring actions, repeated until one day you glance back and realize karma really does come full circle. Not with fireworks, but with a long, solid tunnel of progress behind you. In the next part, we'll branch this tunnel off into a gentle staircase, and I'll tell you about a different kind of long game. Someone who quietly documented every shady thing their boss did until that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served finally landed in their inbox. Sorting ores and smelting, and a story of learning to accept help. So while that inbox justice is simmering in the background, I'm gonna head back up this staircase and into the base. Pockets full of cobblestone and a little bit of everything. The tunnel opens into our cozy main room, And you can probably hear the gentle Minecraft music fade back in like the end of a long, quiet party that never got too loud. I step over to the chests and start sorting. Iron in this one, copper in that one. Coal gets its own row because, let's be honest, it carries the whole operation. I move slowly on purpose, one stack at a time, so your brain has something predictable to follow. Click, open, place, close, breathe. We're not in a rush. This is just here to help you drift off to sleep. Now, I swing by the furnaces and start loading them up. Or on top, fuel on the bottom, tiny flames flicker into life in that soft pixel glow. It's funny when you think about it. You don't smelt ore with your bare hands. You let the game do the heavy lifting while you stand back and listen to the low, steady crackle like distant vibrations in an old apartment building at night. While these furnaces work for us, let's dive into a different kind of story. This one isn't about revenge, exactly. It's about someone who thought they had to be their own personal furnace, doing everything themselves until they almost burned out. The Redditor described themselves as the strong one in every situation. At work, they took on extra tasks because no one else would do them right. With family, they were the unofficial therapist, the safe person everyone called at 2 a.m., and their own emotions. Those got shoved into a mental chest and slammed shut, because there was always another deadline, another crisis, another person who needed it more. On paper, it looked impressive. In reality, it was exhausting. They wrote that the breaking point wasn't some dramatic movie moment. It was a Tuesday night, sitting alone in their quiet apartment after yet another 12-hour day, staring at a sink full of dishes and realizing they had nothing left. No energy, no focus, just this numb, buzzing tiredness, like their brain had been smelting ore nonstop for years, without ever cooling down. Here's where the story shifts. A friend had been gently nudging them for months to try therapy, or at least to talk honestly instead of making jokes. They always brushed it off with, "I'm fine, other people have it worse." But that Tuesday, they finally texted back, "Okay, I think I need help." Just 6 words. No fireworks, no dramatic music. And yet, that was the real plot twist. They found a therapist, and at first they felt guilty. Like they were wasting time that should have gone to work, or family, or someone more deserving. But slowly, they started noticing the same thing you notice when you load up these furnaces instead of standing here with raw ore forever. Things got lighter. They weren't less capable. They were just less constantly on fire. The friend helped with tiny things too. Sending over a meal on bad days, sitting with them in silence when words were too much, reminding them that asking for help isn't a weakness, it's just using the tools available. In Minecraft, you don't judge yourself for using a furnace or a chest. You don't say, real miners smelt with their bare hands. You accept that the system is built to support you, to take some of the work and quietly turn it into something useful while you do other things, or wild idea, while you rest. As I move from furnace to furnace, collecting smooth ingots and tucking them away into their cozy spots, I want you to imagine that same process happening in the background of your own life. Maybe there are people, or routines, or even these long, sleepy videos that can hold some of your weight for a while. You don't have to be the only source of heat. And just like these ores, you're not more valuable because you stayed raw and untouched. You're allowed to go through a gentle process and come out softer, more manageable, easier to carry. In the next section, we'll take these freshly smelted resources and start building something simple and safe, while I tell you about a listener who quietly redesigned their whole life to make room for rest, one tiny block at a time. Expanded the animal pens and a story about unexpected responsibility. And speaking of making things softer and easier to carry, let's wander back over to the animal pens for a bit. You can probably hear the soft bleats and snuffles under the game's sounds, almost like background music that's just here to help you drift off to sleep. We're going to give everybody a little more room tonight. Nothing dramatic, nothing chaotic, just scooting these fences out a few blocks, one quiet click at a time. I'll widen this pen first, then tuck a little gate right here so you can see the animals gently milling around without any crowding. A couple of hay bales in the corner, a water trough made of stairs and slabs, and suddenly this tiny square feels more like a cozy backyard than a cramped apartment. I like doing this slowly, on purpose. No sprinting, no frantic jumping, just that repetitive, predictable sound of placing and breaking blocks. Low arousal, almost like white noise. The animals make those soft little Minecraft sounds, and we just keep tracing this fence line, letting the night stay calm. While I stretch this pen out, it actually reminds me of a Reddit story about unexpected responsibility. The poster was a college student who swore they weren't a pet person. They loved their sleep, loved spontaneous late-night pizza runs, and the idea of caring for something living felt risky. One weekend, their roommate took off for what was supposed to be a quick family visit and left behind a small, anxious dog with the classic line, "Can you just watch him for 2 days?" 2 days turned into a week, then 2. The roommate's family situation got more complicated, the texts got less frequent, and suddenly this not a pet person found themselves rearranging their whole routine around morning walks and evening feeding. At first, they were resentful. They missed parties, they turned down late-night study sessions, and they felt like they'd been tricked into running a tiny, four-legged daycare. Here's where the cliffhanger came in for them. They honestly thought they were going to snap, call the landlord and say, "I can't do this, come get this dog." They were sure they weren't built for that level of responsibility, but instead of breaking, something else happened. They adjusted. They started waking up a little earlier, taking quiet sunrise walks that, ironically, helped their anxiety more than any late-night distraction ever had. Their grades improved because they went home after class to walk the dog, instead of staying out until 2 a.m. One night, when thunder rattled the windows, the dog shook so hard he could barely stand, and the poster realized their presence was the only thing keeping him from total panic. That was the moment they wrote, "I went from feeling trapped to realizing I was his safe space." Kind of like what we're doing here. These animals didn't ask for bigger pens, but now that we've nudged the fences out, dropped in extra hay, and given them space to breathe, they're calmer. We didn't need some dramatic revenge or a warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. We just needed quiet, consistent care. Karma really does come full circle sometimes, but in tiny, gentle loops. By the end of the story, the roommate officially rehomed the dog to the poster, who, by then, couldn't imagine their life without him. They went from "I can't handle this" to sending holiday photos with matching sweaters. In the same way, this little farm is starting to feel less like a cramped starter base and more like a place that can actually hold a life, or several. In the next section, we'll build on that feeling and start connecting these pens with soft, lantern-lit paths, while I tell you about someone who accidentally became the calm center of a very messy workplace storm, and how they quietly turned chaos into something surprisingly peaceful. Planting trees around the base, and a story of leaving little gifts for the future. And to make it feel even more like a real little homestead, I want to soften the edges a bit. So I'm going to walk slowly around the perimeter of the base and start tucking some saplings into the ground. Nothing dramatic, just quiet little clicks of dirt and leaves while you settle in, if you haven't already. Grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, and let the tiny sounds and soft music help you drift off to sleep. As I circle around the pens, I'm looking for those in-between spots. Corners that feel a bit too sharp, stretches of fence that look a little bare. I drop a sapling here, another there, imagining how this whole area will look in a few Minecraft weeks. Right now they're just these awkward little sticks, but I'm already picturing tall trees forming a gentle wall, leaves rustling over the animals, lanterns hanging from branches instead of fences. It's like planning a cozy party for a version of the base that doesn't exist yet. Planting trees is such a quiet, hopeful kind of action. You don't get instant results. There's no big revenge moment, no dramatic payoff. You just press the button, hear that soft dirt sound, and walk away. Most of the benefit goes to some future version of you who logs in later and suddenly has shade, wood, and a prettier view. It's almost funny how little effort it takes now for how much comfort it gives later. It reminds me of a Reddit story I read about a guy who basically planted trees for his future self. Just not the leafy kind. He was always exhausted after work, living in this tiny apartment, and every night he'd come home to chaos. No clean dishes, no food, nothing ready. Instead of trying to overhaul his whole life, he started doing one tiny thing each night as a gift to tomorrow him. One night it was setting up the coffee maker. Another night he portioned out pasta into little containers. He even wrote himself short notes like, "Hey, you're gonna be tired, so here's clean socks in the top drawer." At first it felt silly to him, but a few weeks in, he realized he'd basically turned his future into this series of small kindnesses. Opening the fridge meant finding a prepped meal. Dragging himself out of bed meant walking into a kitchen that already smelled like coffee. Nothing huge, nothing social media worthy, but the comments on his post were full of people saying, "Oh, I started doing this too, and it changed my mornings." Karma really does come full circle, even when the person you're helping is just you, 3 days from now. That's kind of what we're doing here. These saplings look like nothing, but while you're sleeping, they'll quietly grow, and the rest you're giving yourself right now works the same way. You might feel worn out tonight, but future you gets to wake up with a brain that's a little clearer, a body that's a little less tense, like stepping into a base that's suddenly greener and softer without you having to watch every second of it. In the next part, once these baby trees are in the ground, we'll wander back through and weave in some lantern-lit paths between them, while I tell you a story about a family garden that outlived the person who planted it, and how that quiet legacy ended up changing an entire neighborhood's idea of home. A perimeter walk at twilight and a story about letting go of perfection. And while those little saplings settle in, I'm going to slip outside the walls for a minute and take us on a slow lap around the perimeter. The in-game sun is just starting to slide down. That soft Minecraft twilight where everything looks a tiny bit hazy, like the world itself is getting ready for bed right along with you. Out here, away from the lanterns, you can really see the rough edges. There's that patch of uneven terrain I never finished flattening, a random dirt pillar from when I was pillar jumping, and a strip of cobblestone that doesn't match the rest of the wall at all. Normally I'd be itching to fix it, to make every block line up perfectly, but tonight I'm just leaving it. It can be crooked. You can be a little crooked too. If you're just tuning in, Welcome back to the channel. And if you're already tucked in, grab your favorite blanket and just listen while we walk. I'm keeping the camera movements really slow here. Just a gentle glide along the outside edge. So if your eyes are heavy, you won't miss anything important. This part is more about the feeling than the visuals anyway. It reminds me of a Reddit story I read about someone who used to live their whole life like a perfectly terraformed base. Every grade had to be an A, every photo edited, every minute of the day scheduled. They'd redo assignments that were already fine, rearrange their apartment at 2 a.m. because one shelf looked off, and beat themselves up if they took a night off to just listen to music or do nothing. On paper, it looked impressive. On the inside, it felt like constant, low-level panic. The breaking point was almost embarrassingly small. No dramatic party meltdown, no huge revenge plot, just burnout. They were working late on a project, chasing that flawless result, when their boss quietly said, "You know this was already good enough 3 drafts ago, right?" Not mean, not mocking, just tired and honest. And then added, "Nobody gets a medal for suffering the most." That line hit harder than any warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. As we round this corner, you can see where I meant to smooth this cliff. It's half done, half forgotten, like an old resolution. I'm not touching it tonight. The storyteller didn't either, at least not in their life. Instead of a big dramatic overhaul, they started testing tiny acts of good enough, turning in a project at 95% instead of 110%, going to bed with a few dishes still in the sink, letting a selfie go up without 12 filters. The world didn't collapse. Karma really does come full circle, but sometimes it's not about revenge. It's about kindness looping back to you. So as we finish this quiet loop and the sky tips fully into night, you don't have to fix anything in this world or in yours. This video isn't a productivity challenge. It's just here to help you drift off to sleep, to let your thoughts wander like this path. In the next section, we'll slip back inside the walls and start placing those lantern-lit paths we talked about, and I'll tell you what finally pushed that perfectionist into truly letting go, because it wasn't the boss and it wasn't burnout. Our curling up in the cabin bed and a story of finally feeling at home. So instead of heading deeper into the caves, I turn us back toward that little forest cabin we built earlier. The path is familiar now, like a song you've had on repeat all week, but the way it looks at night is just different enough to feel a tiny bit magical. Lanterns throw soft circles of light on the grass. The music in-game has gone low and sleepy, and even the trees feel quieter, like they know it's time to help you drift off to sleep. By the way, welcome back to the channel if you've dozed off and woken up again somewhere in the middle here. We're just walking this cozy trail, placing the last few lanterns we talked about, listening to those gentle block sounds, acting like white noise. No big twists, no jump scares, just predictable little clicks to keep the outside world and its random party noise and car doors a bit further away from your brain. Up ahead, the cabin glows like a tiny beacon between the trees. At night, the windows look warmer. The contrast between the dark forest and that bright little box of safety way more dramatic. I step onto the porch, close the door behind us, and everything goes instantly softer. The rain outside turns into a muffled hiss. The occasional zombie groan is distant and harmless, and inside it's just ours. I take a slow look around, and you can too. There's the row of chests we painstakingly sorted, signs labeled so future sleepy you doesn't have to think. The flower pots on the windowsill with those random poppies we grabbed on the way back from mining. The little bookshelf we crammed into the corner, not because we needed it, but because it made the room feel less like a box and more like a home. Even the furnace, with its faint crackle, feels like background music. As I walk toward the bed, I want to tell you a different kind of Reddit story. No wild revenge, no dramatic karma really does come full circle moment. Just this quiet post from someone who spent years feeling like they were always in the wrong apartment of their own life. They wrote about bouncing between places and friend groups, trying new jobs every year or two. Each move was supposed to fix it. New city, new people, new them. But that floating, out-of-place feeling followed them anyway. They described one tiny moment, coming home from another long, ordinary day. No big promotion, no perfect relationship. Just walking into their small, slightly messy place, putting down their keys, hearing the hum of the fridge and the rain against the window, and realizing, almost confused, oh, I'm okay here. I don't want to escape this. It wasn't fireworks. It was an exhale they didn't know they'd been holding for years. I liked that it wasn't a grand victory. It was more like what we're doing now. I climb into the Minecraft bed, the room framed by lantern light and neat storage, and the screen starts to dim as the night outside deepens. You can borrow that feeling for yourself, even if your real room isn't perfect, even if you're still searching. For tonight, this little cabin can stand in as your place that doesn't need fixing. As the screen fades toward morning, just ask yourself, very softly, what it might feel like to finally belong somewhere, even if the answer is just right here, for now. In the next section, when the sun comes back up over the trees, we'll step outside and see what grew overnight, both in this world and maybe a little in yours too. Soft return to the village and a story about coming back home. And as that thought settles, the screen brightens just a little, like the world is taking a slow, deep breath with you. If you're just tuning back in, or you woke up and you're not quite sure where you are in the video, welcome back to the channel. We're in our cozy little Minecraft world again, and right now we're heading back toward the main village, just following the same worn path we've walked a few times tonight. You don't have to remember anything that came before. You can just let this part be your soft return. I step out of the cabin, and the early light is pale and gentle, the kind of morning that doesn't rush you. The path is still there, a line of cobblestone and dirt with those lanterns we placed earlier, one every few blocks, like sleepy fireflies frozen in glass. Off to the right, the tiny wheat farm we planted is swaying, blocky and golden, and the water makes that quiet, looping sound that might as well be night music for your brain. As we walk, let's dive into a different kind of story about coming back. It's from a Redditor who moved away from their tiny hometown apartment for a big city job. They left for all the usual reasons: more money, better opportunities, the idea that life was supposed to be bigger, louder, more like a constant party. At first it was exciting. New restaurants, late nights, the thump of music through the walls instead of crickets. But after a couple of years, they realized they were always tired, never really resting. Their friends rotated in and out like tenants in a noisy building. Even the revenge fantasies they used to joke about at work, getting back at a petty manager, proving an ex wrong, started to feel exhausting instead of fun. Karma really does come full circle, but sometimes you don't want to stand there and watch every loop. You just want to sleep. We passed the little bridge we built over that shallow river. the one where I kept misplacing blocks and accidentally making tiny waterfalls. On the bank, there's the sugarcane patch we planted, tall and neat, like green bookmarks marking all the places we've been. It's familiar, but not frozen. A few extra stalks, a slightly wider farm, the world quietly updating itself while you rest. In the story, the Redditor finally burned out and moved back home for just a few months. They expected everything to be exactly the same, like a save file they'd left untouched. Instead, the changes were small and strangely comforting. Their parents had started a silly Friday night ritual with board games and homemade pizza. The old coffee shop now had plants everywhere, and a barista who remembered their order after 2 visits. The neighbor who used to complain about kids on the lawn now left out a bowl of water for dogs. We round a bend, and there's our spruce forest thinning out, giving way to those first village fences. A couple of cows are wandering near the edge, making those soft, low sounds that are somehow both goofy and soothing. Lanterns hang from fence posts and you can see the outline of the farms. Carrots, potatoes, a little patch of beetroot, like the village has its own quiet rituals. The Redditor talked about walking past their old bus stop and realizing they weren't the same person who used to stand there. Headphones in, dreaming of escape. The town hadn't magically become perfect, but it had become enough. A place where they could actually hear themselves think. They started helping their dad with weekend projects, visiting that plant-filled cafe, and in a very low-key act of personal revenge against their old overworked self, they refused to answer work emails after dinner. That tiny boundary felt like the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, but just for them. As I step onto the first village path, you can hear the soft clack of my footsteps change from dirt to stone. A door creaks open somewhere, then closes. A villager hums that funny little tune they do, like background music for a dream. If you've drifted in and out tonight, that's okay. This world is built so you can always come back home to it. You can leave the video running, let the gentle blocks, sounds, and quiet stories help you drift off to sleep again, knowing the village will still be here when you return. We reach the edge of the main square now. Animals shuffle in their pens, a chest opens with a soft thunk, and the last lines of that homecoming story blur into the everyday sounds of this place, setting us up for one more slow, peaceful stretch together. Evening in the village and a thread of tiny winds. As we leave the main square, the Minecraft sun is just starting to slide down, and the whole village sort of exhales with you. The sky goes from bright blue to that soft watercolor of peach, lilac, and a little bit of gold, and the light hits the village roofs at an angle that makes every single block look warmer, like someone turned the cozy filter up a notch. I follow the worn path between houses, and the day sounds fade into night sounds. The distant clink of tools gets replaced by cows lowing, chickens rustling, and that gentle village bell in the background, like faraway music from a sleepy party that wrapped up hours ago. If you haven't already, grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, and let's dive into a whole thread of tiny winds while the square slowly turns to shadows. We stop by the wheat field first. The tops of the crops shimmer in the last orange light, and I start harvesting row by row, that soft shuff of breaking plants in your ears. The first story in this little Reddit chain is from someone who failed the same math test 3 times. They talked about crying in their tiny apartment after each try, wondering if they were just not a school person. Then, one semester, they studied a little bit every night. No dramatic montage, just slow, boring effort. On the fourth attempt, they passed by 2 points. To everyone else, it was just a grade. To them, it felt like clearing an impossible boss fight on peaceful mode. I replant seeds as we go, square after square, and it's hard not to see the parallel. You don't notice each seed, but come back later and the field is full. Long-term effort looks boring up close and beautiful from a distance. We wander over to the animal pens, feeding the cows and sheep one by one. Hearts pop up over their blocky heads as I read the next tiny win. Someone finally making a real friend at work after months of eating lunch alone in their car. It started with a shared joke about the terrible office coffee, then turned into want to sit with us, and eventually game nights and birthday invites. Nothing flashy, no revenge, just the quiet opposite of being forgotten. Karma really does come full circle, even in who ends up sitting at your table. As I toss out the last bit of wheat, I light lanterns along the path. Each warm glow clicks on while I tell you about a person who just signed the lease on their first solo place. It's tiny, the walls are thin, and their neighbor plays loud music sometimes. But when they turned the key, they said it felt like the universe finally trusted them with their own story. We pass one more house, lanterns flickering softly, and I steer us toward a warmly lit doorway near our main base. The sky is deep blue now, stars just starting to pixel into view. We're not done quite yet, but you can feel the village settling, and we're going to drift right along with it, letting these little victories stack up like blocks until your thoughts finally get sleepy too. Organizing chests and a story about quietly getting your life together. And since we're back at the main base, you probably know what time it is. It's time for the most underrated cozy Minecraft task in the world: organizing chests. No dramatic cave dives, no big boss fights, just you, me, and way too many random stacks of dirt. I step into the storage room and you can almost feel the temperature drop a little, like walking into a quiet apartment after a loud party. Lanterns glow along the walls, and I start opening chests one by one. That soft wooden clunk, the gentle rustle as items shift, the tiny clicks as I drag blocks from one slot to another. It all settles into this slow, predictable rhythm that's basically white noise with pixels. We'll put all the cobblestone together, all the wood in its own row. Ores over here, plants over there. Nothing fancy, just methodical little movements. It's the same vibe as folding laundry with some low music on in the background. And while we do that, let's dive into a quieter kind of Reddit story. One that isn't about revenge this time, but still gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Only this time, it's justice for yourself. This one's about a guy who described his life as a world's messiest chest. He was behind on bills. His room looked like a creeper had exploded, and his mental health was not great. He'd scroll through success stories at night and feel even worse because everyone else seemed to be speedrunning life while he was stuck in the tutorial. One night, he decided he was done trying to fix everything at once. Instead, he picked one tiny thing: clear the floor around his bed. That was it. Like taking just the random gravel and rotten flesh out of one Minecraft chest. The next day, he opened his banking app and made a list of every subscription he didn't even use anymore. That became his own little pile. Keep, cancel, or deal with later. As I move iron into its own chest and label it in my head, he's doing the same with his life. Clothes, keep, donate, toss. Papers, important, shred, recycle. People too, in a way. Friends who only called when they needed money, went into the emotional clutter category. He didn't cut everyone off dramatically. He just stopped pouring energy into connections that drained him. It took months. No big montage, no sudden glow up, just quiet, consistent effort. One bill paid off, one shelf cleared, one therapy appointment booked. Like we're doing here, one chest at a time, one little pile of items at a time, until the chaos doesn't feel so loud. If you've ever felt behind or disorganized, you're not broken for that. You're just mid-organized. Every small step you take, washing a single dish, answering one email, moving one stack of virtual cobblestone, is real progress, and you're allowed to be proud of it. By the time I close the last chest, the storage room looks noticeably neater. Rows of blocks lined up, everything easy to find. It's simple, but satisfying. Just like his story, it proves that karma really does come full circle when you quietly show up for yourself, over and over, until your world and your inventory finally feel a little more comfortable. So welcome back to the channel. If you're waking up for a second, and if you're still with me, grab your favorite blanket, because we're not quite done building this cozy little life yet. Late night mining trip and a mildly spooky but safe Reddit tale. And since you're still here, all wrapped up and cozy, let's take a little late night field trip together. Nothing intense, nothing dramatic, just a short mining run that feels like walking down a quiet hallway in your own house at night, when everything's still and the only sound is the soft music of the game. Before we go, we'll get ready slowly. I'm gonna open the chest and grab a fresh stack of torches, because light is our best friend down there. A few pieces of bread, maybe some cooked potatoes, just enough food to keep our hunger bar comfortable without turning this into a full-on feast. I check my pickaxe, make sure it's not about to break, grab a backup one and a simple sword. Not because we're planning to fight anything, but the way you might lock your apartment door at night. It's just a habit that helps your brain relax. We step out into the Minecraft night, and the sky is this deep blue blanket with scattered stars. No rush. I keep my voice a little lower now, letting it match the quiet. We're heading toward a cave entrance we've seen a dozen times. The one right by the little sugarcane patch. Familiar, close to home, like a hallway light you can still see from your bedroom. As we walk in, I place a torch almost immediately. Then another just a few blocks down. The stone has that soft, echoey clink every time we mine a block, and the cave never gets the chance to feel dark. We're not speedrunning. We're just tidying up the underground. While we follow this gentle tunnel, I want to tell you a mildly spooky Reddit story that leans more toward curious than creepy. It's from someone who moved into an old house and kept hearing footsteps in the attic every night around 11:30. Not stomping, not a horror movie chase scene, just this slow, measured pacing above their bedroom, like someone was walking from one side to the other and back again. They checked for raccoons, called pest control, even had a friend over for a little ghost hunting party with flashlights and bad jokes. Nothing. The attic was empty every time. Weeks went by. The footsteps kept happening. Same time, same pattern. You can imagine trying to fall asleep with that, right? While I'm telling you this, we're placing torches on both sides of the cave, keeping everything well lit. I stop to mine a little iron, the soft clink clink becoming a kind of white noise to help you drift off to sleep. Every new pocket of stone we open is small and safe. No sudden drops, no mobs in sight. Back in the story, the Redditor finally figures it out. One night they're awake early, and they notice the old radiator in the wall starts to warm up right before the footsteps. The metal pipes expand with the heat, creaking in a rhythm that, in the quiet of the night, sounds exactly like someone pacing. Not a ghost, just 1940s plumbing doing its best impression of a bored tenant. I love that kind of ending, because it proves not every strange thing has to be dangerous. Sometimes the universe is just weirdly noisy, kind of like those random Minecraft cave sounds that pop up. But here we've already turned them into a soft sound bed under our own little adventure. We reach the end of the tunnel, pockets a bit heavier with coal and iron, and I turn us gently back toward the surface. Torch by torch, we follow our own breadcrumb trail of light until the sky opens up again and the base comes into view. We made a tiny trip into the unknown. Nothing chased us, and we came back with more than we left with: a few extra ores, a cozy little mystery solved, and one more reminder that even in the dark, you're allowed to feel completely, totally safe. Rainy night at the base and a cozy nostalgia story. As we step back inside the base, the timing is kind of perfect. The sky outside suddenly shifts from that soft blue to a deep, moody gray. And a second later, you hear it. The first gentle patter of Minecraft rain on the roof. It's not dramatic, no thunder yet, just that steady, hush-hush sound that makes everything feel like it's happening inside a blanket. I close the door behind us and the world instantly gets quieter. Like the game itself just turned the volume down. The torches on the walls flicker, the windows go a little darker, and the rain starts to build into a soft curtain. This is that moment where, if you're not already tucked in, you can mentally grab your favorite blanket, sink a little deeper into your pillow, and just let the cozy, rainy night vibes take over. We're not going anywhere for a bit. I wander over to the little fireplace in the corner of the base, toss in a couple of extra logs, and sit us down where we can see the raindrops streaking past the glass. The crackle of the fire, the gentle game music in the background, the tiny click of my character shifting in place. It all blends into this low, predictable white noise that's basically built to help you drift off to sleep. Since the game's giving us a rainy night, let's dive into a softer Reddit story to match. This one isn't about revenge or a toxic apartment neighbor for once. It's from someone remembering their favorite childhood sleepover at their grandparents' house during a storm kind of like this. They described arriving with a backpack full of pajamas and books, the smell of something baking already in the oven, and that immediate bone-deep feeling of, I'm safe here. Nothing bad can reach me tonight. The power kept flickering, so their grandparents turned off the bright lights on purpose and just used a couple of lamps and candles. They made a little nest on the living room floor with too many blankets and way too many pillows. Outside, rain hammered the roof. Wind rattled the windows, but inside it was all soft voices, card games, and the quiet rustle of pages turning. No loud music, no party, just the gentle vibrations of the storm wrapped around the house, like white noise. They stayed up later than they were supposed to, reading scary stories that somehow didn't feel scary at all, because there was hot cocoa and cookies and a grandparent who would pause every so often to say, "You doing okay over there?" You can almost feel that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, but on the tiniest scale, like the universe briefly decided, tonight, you get to be completely comfortable. If you want, you can let your mind drift to your own version of that. Maybe a childhood bedroom, a favorite game, a movie you watched 100 times. You don't have to focus on my words. They can just wash past like the pixels of rain on the roof. Out in the game, the storm starts to soften. The patter eases into a light drizzle, The sky brightens a shade, and you can almost tell this cozy little chapter is winding down. We'll let the last raindrops fade into the background, finish warming our hands by the fire, and then, when you're ready, we'll think about tying up the night's adventures and letting sleep take over completely. Finishing touches. Around the world and a story about letting things be good enough. Out in our little world, the last raindrops fade, and with them, the big dramatic stuff for the night. From here on out, we're just gonna do a gentle world tidy up. No new mega projects, no wild redstone contraptions, just fixing paths, adding a few lanterns, maybe planting some flowers to help you drift off to sleep. I step out from the cabin and follow the path toward the village, and you can probably hear the soft crunch of the blocks under my feet. The path's a little uneven, so we'll smooth it out, tuck in some slabs at the edges, and drop a lantern on a fence post at that dark corner. Nothing flashy, just the kind of cozy background work that feels like straightening your blankets before bed. While we wander, I want to tell you a different kind of Reddit story. Not a wild revenge saga this time, more like a quiet one about someone trying to make peace with themselves. They were a student, the classic perfectionist. Every assignment had to be flawless. If the teacher said 2 pages, they turned in 8. If a project was due Friday, they'd be up all night from Monday, rewriting sentences that were already fine. We'll cut through the farms while I talk. I'll replant the odd empty patch of wheat, add a trapdoor here to neaten the water, maybe tuck a lantern into the side of the composter. Little things that make the whole place feel more complete without changing what it already is. Back in the story, this person finally hit a wall. They had a huge term paper and 3 other assignments in the same week. They tried to do their usual routine, chasing perfect, and their body just said, nope, migraine, tears, the whole thing. They posted about it, asking if anyone else felt like they were only allowed to rest once everything was perfect. Over by the village well, I'm gonna add a flower pot, a couple of azaleas, and a lantern hanging from a simple arch. Nothing the villagers strictly need, but it makes the square feel lived in, like someone cares enough to fuss over the details, just not obsess over them. The top comment on that post was so simple it almost sounded rude at first. Done is better than perfect. You're not a machine, you're a person. But then the commenter broke it down. They talked about how perfectionism is sneaky because it pretends to be ambition, when really it's fear wearing a nice outfit, fear of being judged, fear of not being enough. We'll stroll back toward the cabin now, passing the fields, letting the music of the game and the soft night sounds do most of the talking. I'll just tuck a lantern under this tree, plant a few flowers along this fence, fix one broken stair on the porch, and then I'm gonna stop, even though I can see 10 more things we could improve. The Reddit OP tried something similar. On their next assignment, they set a timer. When the timer went off, they turned it in, even though they could see every tiny flaw. It wasn't perfect, it was just good enough. And the wild part? They still got a solid grade. The world didn't end. No dramatic karma really does come full circle twist. Just a quiet realization that their standards were harsher than anyone else's. I know a lot of you listening feel that, especially late at night. You look at your room, your to-do list, your life, and think, I can't relax yet. I haven't earned it. But rest is not a prize for finishing everything. Rest is part of how you keep going, like placing lanterns so the path is safe, not because the journey is done. We'll climb this little hill behind the cabin now. From up here, you can see the village lights, The farms, the cabin roof, all glowing softly against the night. It's not the biggest world. It's not the fanciest, but it's ours. And it's enough for tonight. So we're just gonna stand here for a moment, look around at everything we touched, and let that be okay. The paths aren't perfect. The builds aren't finished forever. You aren't either. And that's fine. You've come a long way, even if your brain keeps pretending you haven't. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you've drifted in and out and are catching this part half asleep, you can let your eyes close if they're not already. Grab your favorite blanket a little closer, listen to the soft game sounds and my voice fading into the background, and know that, just like this world, you don't have to be perfect tonight. You just have to be here. We'll save the big plans, the next round of justice stories, and maybe a little more of that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served for another night. A slow tour of everything we built, and a thread of gratitude posts. So while everything is quiet and the justice stories are taking a little nap of their own, let's dive into something softer. I'm gonna start a slow walk from our main base, just letting you look around, almost like we're wandering through an empty apartment after a really good party. When the music's off and everything's finally calm, we step out of the base and the first thing you see is that warm glow of lanterns along the path. The walls here are simple, soft browns, pale stone, a few patches of green where the vines decided they lived here now. This was one of the first places we built together, back when the stories were all noisy bosses and petty revenge, and we just needed a cozy corner to balance it out. As we follow the path toward the village, I want to read you a little gratitude post. Someone wrote, "I'm just thankful my best friend still picks up the phone when I call, even when I have nothing important to say." That's it. Nothing dramatic. Just being glad someone answers. Out here, the village feels like that. Little houses with yellow windows, all close together, like they're quietly saying, "I'm here if you need me." Found family vibes in block form. We passed the tiny market stall with its red and white roof and the chest tucked in the corner. Another post says, "I'm grateful for the cashier who noticed I was having a bad day and complimented my shirt. I smiled the whole bus ride home." This little stall is our version of that cashier. Small, ordinary, but it means food and trade and being seen. Gratitude for full chests and simple meals. Wrote where I got a second chance after failing a class. My professor let me retake the exam. I'm so grateful I wasn't just written off. These fields are that second chance. You plant, you wait, you mess up the timing, you try again. Karma really does come full circle, but sometimes it's just in the shape of bread. We keep walking past the little bridge we built on that night we talked about coming home to yourself after leaving a toxic job. The water is dark, but the surface catches the light in thin silver lines. Another person shared, "My cat curled up on my chest when I was crying, and for the first time in weeks, I felt safe." That reminds me of our forest cabin up ahead, tucked between the trees like it's curling up around us. The forest gets quieter. Dark greens, dark browns, little dots of soft yellow where the torches sit. Leaves make this gentle, rustling ceiling. One more post. Today was just good. No big news. No crisis. I got my favorite coffee, finished my work on time, and watched the sunset. I'm grateful for boring good days. This path is a boring good day. Just steps and light and the sound of footsteps on wood. We reach the cabin with its warm windows and that little flower box under the sill. This is where we ended one of our earlier stories about coming back to a healthier friend group. Remember? You can almost feel that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, still hanging in the air, but it's settled now, quiet. Inside, it's all soft colors. Brown floor, pale walls, a bed with a simple, solid blanket, a tiny table with a lantern. I'm just going to stand here, looking out the window at the village lights, and read you one last gratitude line. I'm grateful I made it through another year I thought would break me. If you want, you can think of one or two things you're grateful for. Something big, or something as small as a good cup of coffee or a comfy pillow. But if your mind just drifts or goes blank, that's okay too. This is a safe place to be empty and sleepy. We'll linger in this cabin for a while, watching the night settle over everything we've built, and then, when you're ready, or already half asleep, we'll start the final wind down together. Preparing for the final night and a story about learning to rest. So while we're lingering here in this little cabin, watching the pixels of the sky deepen into that rich Minecraft midnight blue, we're also getting ready for our final in-game night together. Not in a rushed, okay, time's up kind of way, but in a soft, slow, last lap of the cozy pool kind of way. I'll start by putting a few things away. The chest by the door creaks open, and I'm just sliding tools in, one by one. Pickaxe, shovel, that extra stack of cobblestone we definitely overmined earlier. No more big projects tonight. Everything we don't need for this last quiet walk gets tucked safely out of sight, like you putting your to-do list face down on the nightstand. Over by the tiny kitchen corner, I'll top off our food. A few pieces of bread, some cooked potatoes, maybe one golden apple I've been hoarding just in case. We won't need it, but it feels comforting to know it's there. The way some people like having water by the bed, even if they barely sip it. Little rituals that tell your brain, we're done for the day. Outside, the animals are milling around, so I'll wander out and gently herd them back. Sheep rustling into their pen, cows shuffling into place, our Minecraft world's version of everyone coming home from the party and changing into pajamas. Fence gates click shut, 1, 2, no rush, no drama. Just a quiet little roll call before night fully settles. While we do that, let's dive into one last Reddit story about someone who used to live the exact opposite way. This was a student, call her Emma, who treated sleep like a weakness. She'd pull all-nighters, brag about surviving on 4 hours, and fall asleep sitting up in her tiny apartment because there was always one more assignment, one more email, one more productive thing to squeeze in. At first it looked like it was working. She got good grades, professors praised her, friends joked that she was a machine. But machines break. Her turning point came during finals week, when she opened her laptop to start an essay and just stared for hours. No ideas, no words, just static. Her brain felt like a Minecraft world that hadn't finished loading. Chunks missing, nothing rendering, everything lagging. Out of desperation, not wisdom, she went to bed at 9 p.m. for the first time in years. No music, no background show, just darkness and a real pillow. She slept 12 hours. The next day, she wrote that entire essay in half the time, and it was better than anything she'd done in months. That was the moment she realized rest didn't make her less. It made her more human, more creative, more herself, and that's kind of what you're doing right now. You could be doom scrolling, or answering one more email, or trying to squeeze revenge-level productivity out of an exhausted brain. Instead, you're here, maybe with Minecraft sounds in the background to help you drift off to sleep, maybe wrapped up as you grab your favorite blanket and let your shoulders finally drop. There's nothing you have to achieve in this moment. No KP is, no gold stars, no warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served required. Your only job is to exist and be a little more comfortable than you were an hour ago. If your thoughts wander, fine. If you knock out mid-sentence, even better. Karma really does come full circle, and tonight it's coming back as permission to rest. I'll step back inside our cabin now. The door closes with that soft wooden thump, shutting out the pixelated night. Lanterns glow with a gentle honey-colored light, and the bed is just there, waiting, like the final paragraph of a story that already knows how it ends. Quietly, safely, with you allowed to let go. In the next part, we'll settle in for those last reflections and good nights, and you can drift as deep as you want. Lying down in the cabin and a gentle recap of our journey. So now we're inside and it's just you and me, and this little forest cabin breathing quietly around us. The lanterns hum like low, cozy music in the corners, the kind that doesn't demand anything from you. It just keeps the night soft and predictable while you get comfortable. I walk our character over to the bed, slow and unhurried, boots tapping gently on the wooden floor. No rush, no monsters, no last-minute projects, just that simple white pillow, the red blanket, and the sense that the whole apartment of your brain is finally allowed to turn the lights down. As they climb up onto the bed, we're kind of symbolically lying down with them. You on your mattress, me on this pixel bed, meeting in the middle. The energy dials down a notch here. My voice gets a little softer, like we're at the very end of a long, peaceful party where most people have already gone home, and it's just the close friends lingering to talk quietly. We've done the busy part of the video already. This is the whisper at the end of the night part, where the stories turn into background vibrations instead of front and center drama. If your brain has been drifting in and out, this is where we gently recap what you might have missed. We started out wandering through that forest, remember? Tall trees, soft paths, gathering wood and flowers, while I read those stories about people getting lost in life and slowly finding new paths. Then we picked this little clearing and built the cabin up from nothing, block by block, the same way some of those narrators built new routines and boundaries after walking away from toxic situations. We visited the village and tidied it up, added lanterns and fences and tiny details, like found family moments in Minecraft form. A few crops here, a safe door there, making sure everyone had a place to come home to. Down in the mines, the pace got slower, more repetitive, like white noise, pickaxe swings, footsteps, the occasional sparkle of coal or iron. While we dug, we talked through those tiny wins in the stories, pay raises, quiet promotions, just finally being believed. Not fireworks, just that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. We organized chests, sorted items, and added those last finishing touches around the cabin, the way some of those Reddit storytellers organized their evidence and plans. Nothing explosive, just steady, thoughtful steps until karma really does come full circle, and the loud, entitled people finally have to face themselves. Then, when the work was done, we came back here. Home base, safe spawn. And if you don't remember all of that, that's completely okay. This whole thing was built so you could drift, miss whole chunks, and still feel held. You were never supposed to keep score. You were just supposed to lie there, maybe grab your favorite blanket, and let these cozy revenge stories and quiet Minecraft sounds help you drift off to sleep. So now our character's lying down, the cabin is still, and the day, both in-game and in our little story world, is gently closing its cover. We'll just let that thought sit here for a moment before we tuck in for the final good nights. Final soothing story, fragments and guided wind down. Before we tuck in for the final good nights, for now we're just gonna stay right here. Same cozy spot, same little Minecraft cabin, same soft glow from the lanterns outside. I'm not moving the camera much at all, so if your eyes are still half open, you're just seeing the same calm corner of our tiny world. Nothing surprising, nothing jolting, just a stable, quiet scene to help you drift off to sleep. Let's dive into a few last tiny story fragments. Little soft focus moments. Like this one Reddit post I read about a kind stranger on a train. The writer had clearly had the worst day. Missed deadlines, a boss who thought revenge for one small mistake was assigning them every terrible task, and a long ride home ahead. They were sitting there staring at the reflections in the window when an older lady sat down, opened a container, and quietly offered them a homemade cookie. No big speech, no life lesson, just, "You look like you had a long day." And for some reason, that simple gesture made their eyes sting a bit, in a good way. You might notice, as you listen, that your eyelids feel a little heavier. Your breathing might be slowing down, matching the gentle rhythm of the background music and the soft Minecraft sounds. If your thoughts wander away from the words, that's completely okay. You don't have to keep up anymore. Another tiny story. A neighbor in a quiet apartment building who never talked to anyone. The poster thought this guy hated them. Then, one bad week, packages went missing, work was a mess, and they came home to a little plate on their doorstep. 3 cookies, slightly lopsided, with a sticky note that just said, "Rough week, Ek, 3B. No dramatic confrontation, no big reveal that karma really does come full circle. Just small, sweet kindness in the hallway, like a whisper that people notice you more than you think. You can feel your body getting heavier too, like it's slowly sinking into your mattress or pillow. Your shoulders can loosen a bit, your jaw can soften. You're not on alert anymore. It's just night, and we're in this cozy cabin together, listening to quiet stories. One more fragment about a pet. The Redditor wrote about their cat who somehow always knew when panic was creeping in. No training, no magic. The cat would just hop up, plop down like a furry paperweight on their chest, and start purring. The vibrations were so steady and low that it felt like a tiny engine of calm, humming them back from the edge. They said they never taught the cat to do that. The cat just did. If your mind drifts off in the middle of a sentence now, that's perfect. The stories can blur into background comfort. You might only catch every third word, and that's more than enough. We'll do a proper, gentle good night in the next part, but you don't have to stay awake for it. If sleep gets to you first, just let it. Soft good night, recap of comfort themes, and gentle CTA. If you're still here with me and not totally claimed by sleep yet, this is the part where everything gets extra soft and simple. If you're already half gone, that's okay too. You might be lying there in the dark, comfortable under your blanket, listening with one ear while the rest of your brain just wanders. Maybe you're watching the Minecraft world slowly glide by, or maybe it's just vague colors behind your eyelids now. Either way, you're allowed to let go. The stories can fade into that low, cozy hum in the background, like quiet music from a party happening a few buildings over, just far enough away that it turns into white noise. Before you drift all the way out, I want to gently remind you of the little threads we've been weaving tonight. You heard about people who didn't have it all figured out, who were just doing their best in messy apartments and weirder workplaces, and still found their way to that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. You heard found family moments, where the real family were the ones who showed up, respected boundaries, and stayed. You heard tiny wins, like someone finally getting credit at work, or coming home to a pet that just knows how to curl up in the right spot. We mixed in those slow Minecraft footsteps, the soft block placing sounds, the gentle cave vibrations and village lanterns, on purpose. Predictable, low drama sounds help a lot of people fall asleep faster, and I wanted this whole thing to feel like a calm, pixelated lullaby to help you drift off to sleep without any sharp edges. I really mean it when I say, thank you for being here tonight. Whether you watched every second or you hit play and immediately rolled over and forgot about me, you're still part of this little cozy corner. Some of you use these long videos so autoplay doesn't yank you into something loud at 2 a.m. Some of you just need a steady voice to keep the late night thoughts from spiraling. However you use this, you're welcome here. If at some point when you're more awake, you feel like you want more nights like this, you can always subscribe or tap a like or leave a tiny comment. It doesn't have to be anything big or clever. It can literally be a single word or even just an emoji, almost like you're leaving a little bookmark for yourself. Hey, let's do this again another night. Think of it less as a task and more as saving a comfy spawn point you can come back to whenever you need it. But if you forget or you're already asleep before your hand ever reaches for the screen, that's completely fine. Rest comes first. There's no timer, no obligation, no revenge from the algorithm waiting for you. The channel will still be here, the stories will still be here, and you can always just type "Welcome back to the channel" in your head the next time you drop by. For now, you've done enough today. You've been enough today. You can let the day close behind you like a soft door. You're safe here. Your body knows what to do. It will carry you the rest of the way without you micromanaging every thought. So as the screen darkens and the sounds get quieter, let your breathing slow down with them. In and out. Nothing to fix. Nothing to figure out. Just this gentle, quiet night and a world that will still be waiting for you in the morning. Sleep well. You're safe here. You did enough today. I'll be right here, letting the last pieces of this world settle into place while you drift off. Extended silence, ambient sounds, and final fade out. So now, as everything gets a little softer and the colors on screen start to blur into each other, I'm gonna let the world do the talking for me. From here on out, this is the last thing I'm going to say to you tonight. No more stories, no more revenge, no more clever twists or that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Just quiet, just Minecraft, just you, your breathing, and the gentle sounds of this little blocky world winding down for the night. I'm gonna ease our character into bed in this cozy apartment we've built together, with the lanterns giving off that soft golden glow. No more running around, no big movements, no surprise trips outside. Just a still, comfortable room where nothing dramatic ever happens, and the only party is the one the crickets and distant cows are having somewhere off in the dark. You'll hear a couple of slow footsteps as we settle in, maybe the quiet creak of a door, and then that's it. After that, the camera will rest. The screen will hold on this peaceful little space. If there's rain outside, it'll stay gentle and steady, like tiny fingers tapping on a windowsill. If it's clear, you'll just get that soft bass ambiance, the occasional animal sound far away, and the low, predictable vibrations of the game world existing without needing anything from you. Underneath it all, there might be the faintest layer of music, barely there, just enough to smooth out the edges. No sudden instruments, no big swells, nothing that jumps out. Think of it like a blanket under the blanket you already grabbed earlier when I told you to grab your favorite blanket and get comfortable. This stretch is here to help you drift off to sleep, even if your brain likes to hang on until the very last second, so you can let your attention fade in and out without missing anything important, because there isn't anything important left to catch. No plot points, no karma really does come full circle moment. Just the calm, looping sounds of a tiny world that's perfectly okay with you not watching it. I'll leave this ambience running for a good long while, so even if you're one of those people who falls asleep right at the end, the video will just slowly dim around you. The light will fade a little, the sounds will get a little quieter, and eventually, everything will gently slip into silence. No cuts, no outros, no surprise. Welcome back to the channel, popping in at the end. When this finally stops, it'll feel like the room just got a little darker, the night got a little deeper, and you sank one layer further into sleep. This is your last cue to let go. From here, it's all quiet. Good night.